Good afternoon. My name is Megan Gilman. I'm a commissioner on the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. It is 1 p.m. on Thursday, December 12th, 2024, and you are joining us for a workshop, a remote workshop, in proceeding 24M-0261G, which is a miscellaneous docket following up on Public Service Company of Colorado's inaugural gas infrastructure plan. In this proceeding, we've been working particularly on three distinct issues in advance of the company's expected 2025 gas infrastructure plan filing. Those issues are gas load system forecasting, system mapping, and cost-benefit analysis associated with non-pipeline alternative analysis in the upcoming gas infrastructure plan. So happy to welcome you here today. This is the last workshop that we have planned. We have already hosted 3 workshops in this proceeding, and most recently accepted a round of proposals from the company, and then also allowed for a comment period for stakeholders to comment on those submitted proposals. So the intention today is to have kind of a wrap up, be able to ask some questions, have some dialogue as it specifically, sorry, it's been a long week, specifically relates to those proposals and what we can expect, both for the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, as well as any future plans that the company has in advancements in those 3 areas. So happy to have you all today. We did extend an invite to all of those who have participated in the past workshops, outside of the experts we had join us last time, as well as anyone who has submitted comments in the proceeding thus far. So happy to have you all joining us and really looking forward to some great engagement here today. So I don't have anything more I really need to kick us off. And I will probably go to public service if y'all are ready. Hello, Ms. Jones.
Hi, Commissioner Gilman. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So the plan is for each of the 3 areas to have public service give us more or less 15 minutes, I think kind of max 15 minutes. I'm really looking forward to the discussion here that will follow on each area, with the first area being that gas load forecasting. So I will turn it over to you. I'm not sure if we got slides from you or if you need permission to present, but let us know what you need if you need to bring up slides.
Yes, so we did submit a PowerPoint, but I think we were planning on sharing the deck ourselves. I would request, if possible, that we give sharing capability to Alyssa Morris. She is one of the representatives from Public Service today.
Oh, yep, she's already got it. Perfect.
Okay, you can see the screen okay?
So if you could give us kind of max 15 minutes, and then we'll go into a Q&A specific to the forecasting piece.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, welcome and thank you for having us today. My name is Grace Jones, and I am the Manager of Gas Strategic Planning in the Integrated System Planning Department of Xcel Energy Services. You will hear from several subject matter experts here joining me today, but I'm happy to kick us off in the gas infrastructure plan, specifically in relation to forecasting. So the section here today is broken out into 2 main sections in regards to load forecasting. First, we're going to give an overview of the company proposal, and then we'll move forward into a more responsive section in regard to some of the comments that we received during the comment period. So before we dive into the forecasting conversation, I thought it was worthwhile to level set us once more in the gas planning annual process, which is illustrated on the slide here. This is specifically important in the regard to the capacity expansion projects that will be presented in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. So as a reminder, as you'll see on the screen, we begin our planning process quite early. So this planning season actually began in November of 2023, where the company focused on gathering some SCADA data. After that SCADA data was gathered, that is used as a really essential input into our hydraulic model verification, which is performed the following months. You'll see in a parallel path, the company also developed the forecasts that are going to be utilized for the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, which was completed this year in August of 2024. Right now, we're currently in the process of scoping and estimating all capacity expansion projects, as well as conducting non-pipeline alternative or NPA analyses, which will put us in the February timeline preparing for this filing. Important to note on this slide is the distinction of when the Clean Heat Plan final decision was received. This was received in the August timeframe, which really is an indication as to why the exact Clean Heat approved portfolio is not incorporated into the 2025 gas infrastructure plan forecast, and instead we use some proxy information. This will be covered in more detail by my colleague, John Goodenough, and with that, I will hand the slides over to him. Thank you, John.
Thanks, Grace. So I'll spend the next few minutes talking through both our proposal for forecasting the 2025 GIP, touch a little bit on the plan future improvements, and then, as Grace mentioned, answer some of the comments that were made to our proposal. I guess I didn't introduce myself. John Goodenough, the Director of Sales Energy and Demand Forecasting for Xcel Energy. So this slide here is one that I presented in an earlier workshop. It was kind of talking about the evolution of our customer and throughput forecasting, focusing on what we've done historically, what we're doing for this 2025 GIP, which is in the middle section, and then also what we plan to do going forward. For the moment, I'll focus on what we're doing for the 2025 GIP and how it's kind of an improvement over the way that we previously did forecasting. So really the key changes that we made for this update are the way in which we stratify, call it system level customer growth to the counties. So rather than, I believe it was the DOLA information was being used to share out the system level growth. We're also accounting for kind of breaks that we've seen in the relationship between gas customer growth and population growth in certain counties, as certain counties and the customers in certain counties seek to not use as much gas or not become gas customers. So we've seen slowing growth relative to population in some counties, increasing growth relative to population in others. So we're incorporating that information as we allocate our growth to the counties. And then the second change, which is also a significant step forward, is we are incorporating electrification into the forecast. For the throughput forecast, it will, just by its own nature, be a reduction in throughput. But we are also including assumptions of reduction in customer accounts through electrification. That electrification is broken into two pieces. It's the market electrification, or the electrification that customers are kind of initiating themselves outside of the company programs. And then also for this 2025 GIP, we're bringing in the amended preferred portfolio levels of clean heat, the Clean Heat Plan, and the customer reductions associated with that. We're also able to lean on some modeling that was done for electric system planning to kind of predict and allocate where that electrification is likely to happen by county, as opposed to kind of doing an even spread across the service territory. So those are two pretty big steps forward. Really quickly, the plan future improvements, and we can discuss this more later. The company is currently undertaking an overhaul of its entire forecasting process, really diving down to forecasting at the granular level, as opposed to just taking system level forecasts and doing allocations. This will have a lot of benefits in gas forecasting. We're going to be predicting propensity to adopt certain technologies, electrification technologies, and being able to allocate to areas that are likely to adopt first, allocate some of the earlier adoption to those areas. And really that'll allow us to incorporate into the forecast some of the localized codes and policies right now. That's captured at a very high level now, the codes and standards, but we'll be able to more directly incorporate that with this new granular forecasting methodology. Next slide. Thank you. So the proposal for the 2025 GIP, we are proposing 3 cases. Really the kind of lever that we're pulling in these cases is the level of electrification. So for the low case, we're using historical adoption through 2026 for market electrification. For the base case, we're assuming that historical adoption continues through the planning period. So the level of electrification, self-initiated electrification that we're seeing now is persists through the forecast. And then the same thing in the high case. It's really just this kind of market electrification impact in the high case. For the beneficial electrification or the company-sponsored electrification, we are assuming in the low case, or proposing to assume in the low case, the amended preferred portfolio impact, so the high electrification associated with the clean heat plan. For the base case, we're taking the existing electrification policies, the 2024 DSM-BE plan, and saying, well, what if we just continue at those levels through the forecast period? And then assuming no beneficial electrification in the high gas case. Longer term, beyond 2025, we don't intend for customer accounts to be the driver of capacity forecasting anymore, but rather appliance counts. So we would be able to factor in, the customers that remain a gas customer but do not have a gas furnace. Those are the kinds of things we'll be able to put into our forecasting process with this more granular forecasting methodology that we have going forward. So high level, that's the overview of what we intend to do. The next few slides are responding to some of the comments. We can flip to the next one. I already touched on this, market electrification. That is really the self-initiated by the customer electrification that's occurring outside of company programs. We are basing our assumptions on that around appliance saturation trends. We send out a home use survey to our customers, so we can see how the saturation of heat pumps versus gas furnaces, et cetera, has been changing over time. And that's both for existing customers or kind of the steady customer base, and then customers or homes that were built in the last 5 years. So what we've seen is that the homes that are built in the last 5 years tend to have a lower percentage of gas furnaces than the customer base as a whole. We're kind of building that trend into the forecasting as our market electrification adjustment. Beneficial electrification is an acceleration of that electrification and completely driven by company programs and incentives. The assumption that we're making is that as these programs scale, the company incentives scale, we end up incenting customers that may have electrified on their own. So we stop making the market electrification adjustment in the low case, and it's completely overtaken by the clean heat plan assumptions in the low case. There were also some comments around the requirements in Rule 4553. So the first around building codes, policies, and incentives. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, the company does believe that the impacts of these things are captured at a high level, kind of system trend level. And that's because we're using information provided by Itron, but really derived from the Energy Information Administration Annual Energy Outlook, which is that there's expected to be a declining intensity, gas usage intensity for our customers. When we run our models, we get that that decline in energy intensity even before we account for the company DSM programs, any electrification, et cetera. So we believe that kind of the overall trend of lowering usage is captured in our forecasts. The policy impacts, to the extent those have incented customers to electrify on their own, we believe that we're capturing those policy impacts as well. Again, to the extent that they impact customer accounts as well, and not just kind of the appliance mix that customers might have. Price elasticity is another requirement that is an input into our throughput model. So that one we believe is covered. And as far as line extensions go, right now there's just very little data on which to base an adjustment. The changes in the policy is relatively new. So we will be analyzing it, and to the extent we can see that a change in the line extension policy did impact customer formation on the gas side, that's certainly something we want to be incorporating into our forecast. And then finally, going forward, and I've talked about this a bit, but for the building codes, policies, and incentives, with our more granular forecasting process, we really intend and hope to be able to directly model or largely directly model the impacts of those codes and policies. I mentioned through the propensity scores for technology adoption. If there's an area that has strong incentives, or a municipality that has strong incentives, we can just kind of dial up the propensity to adopt in those areas to get an earlier adoption. And then as we cite new customer growth, as we do this granular forecasting, we can make sure those customers are of an archetype that meets any codes and standards in that area. So those are pretty direct ways that we can incorporate those impacts. We will also and commit to and have been meeting with the municipalities in our service territory and seeing what information they can provide that could be helpful in making these adjustments as well. Price elasticity will continue to use, and as I mentioned, as we have data that can show any impacts of line extensions, we intend to incorporate that in our forecasting. And I believe we're passing back over to Grace.
Thank you, John. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about the methodology behind the low forecast in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. And as John mentioned, the snippet is on the slide for you for your consideration. So market electrification, we are assuming historical adoption rates through 2026. And then the beneficial electrification category is really centered around the Clean Heat Plan amended preferred portfolio adoption levels. There are several reasons why the company selected this for our low forecast, but before I dive into that, I do believe that the scenario analysis that will be presented, meaning high, base, and low forecasts, are really going to be used to inform various states of the natural gas system, depending on those levers that John was speaking of, the market and beneficial electrification during the planning period. So I believe this is a positive step forward in the planning process to be able to see bookends and various versions of what the natural gas might look like, depending on those assumptions. That being said, the low forecast will serve as a bookend scenario, so assuming very high level of adoption through the Clean Heat Plan of beneficial electrification. That said, the actual adoption of beneficial electrification has not yet occurred, as we are still in the planning of the early implementation stages. So the company really believes at this point that the low forecast, utilizing that as the base forecast without verification of customer adoption levels, could potentially create an asymmetrical risk to the overall reliability of our natural gas system. What I mean by that is if we assume higher level of beneficial electrification in the venue of gas planning, it could potentially understate the need for new gas infrastructure upgrades to support reliable service. This could have a direct impact on the risk to the public as well as safety in the form of outages of gas service during cold weather events. And this is really the time, as we know, when customers depend on their gas service to heat their homes and their businesses the most. Lastly, I believe that if we overassume the assumption of higher beneficial electrification, we may miss some opportunities of identifying sensitive parts of our system that could potentially come to fruition if beneficial electrification adoption is slower than we assume. What I mean by that is by using a less conservative assumption in the base case, we are allowing the company to identify more opportunities for potential non-pipeline alternative projects, areas that we could potentially avoid, delay, or defer a gas project. And as a reminder, the base case and the capacity expansion projects presented herein in the gas infrastructure plan will be the projects that the company is utilizing to perform non-pipeline alternative analyses. All right, so diving in a little bit as to what we might experience in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, I'd like to present an example. So these are preliminary results from one of the transmission models that we are considering for the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. It's important to note that this model spans over lots of counties, and based on the improvements that we've made to our forecasting, we have been able to stratify growth in a new way to our counties. The views on the screen are the 10-year view of the design day peak hour gas demand. And what you will see is that for each scenario, there's really 3 categories on how we consider design day peak hour gas demand in our model. First is the base demand, and that's the yellowish color that you see on the screen. The base demand is the amount of design day peak hour gas demand that we currently have on our system. And this is validated through the annual verification process, utilizing actual field data to make sure that we are verifying that this is how our system is performing today. The next thing that we add into our models in regards to growth is capacity checks. And importantly to note, these capacity checks are discrete, large capacity checks included into our model, meaning that we have received an application through our builder's call line. We have vetted that application and made sure that there is some form of load diversification performed. We have informed the customer on the potential reinforcements that may be required. And to the best of our knowledge, they are moving forward with gas service. That verification process is done on an annual basis in order to ensure that we're not overestimating the capacity checks in our system. Those currently in this example model are about 11,000 MFCFH. The last lever that you'll see is normal growth. Normal growth is growth that we apply to the residential and small commercial customer classes to account for smaller loads that might come onto our system that wouldn't otherwise be captured via large capacity checks. And you'll see here that this number varies based on the low, base, and high forecast. In the low forecast, we actually are seeing negative growth in the 10-year view of the design date peak hour gas demand in this particular system. The opposite is true in the base and the high, but we believe that this verification and this view of different scenarios will really help to inform the commission as well as our stakeholders as to different potential outcomes of the gas system within this 10-year period. If you would move us forward, please. So in relation to all of these scenarios, low, base, and high, one of the improvements that we've made from the 2025 gas infrastructure plan is the company has performed hydraulic modeling for all cases in order to display different outputs of the various scenarios that we may receive. The other thing that I'd like to present here is some of the information that you will see in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. So in an effort to bring more transparency to the forecasting process, we will be providing different views of the inputs used into our Synergy gas hydraulic model. So design day peak demand forecast will be presented by county. The plan as of right now is that we will be providing tables of the annual design day peak demand forecasts by county. We also plan to put together an illustrative heat map of the aggregate over that 10-year period so that we can really have a good visual to see which counties we are assuming are growing faster as compared to others. And that is driven in the assumption of what counties will likely have more beneficial electrification occur. And lastly, we will be illustrating the aggregate firm design day peak demand per county per year for each plan in the planning period. Based on these results of the hydraulic modeling, we plan to present a capacity expansion project list for all three scenarios as an avenue to be able to compare and contrast how those impact the overall capacity expansion category. And with that, I believe that is the conclusion of our forecasting presentation. And we are open for the conversation.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate it. And I've got some notes and some questions that I know I already have, and then I do want to open it up for questions as we go forward from some of our other stakeholders. 1 second. Okay. So as we look at these three scenarios, the low, base, and high forecast scenario, are those scenarios for throughput and capacity, or only one of those two features?
I believe it's both, but I'll let Grace correct me if that's incorrect.
We both jumped at the bit there. Sorry about that. Yeah, so those underlying assumptions on both market electrification and beneficial electrification are flown through on both of our throughput side as well as our customer count and design day peak hour gas demand forecasting.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then I wanted to understand the market electrification a little better. And I think the market electrification, if I'm not mistaken, the market electrification is kind of what you're seeing as historical, like, adoption or movement. Explain to me how the market electrification is derived and when that data kind of starts and ends that you're planning on using here.
Yeah, you're correct. It is somewhat of a backward or historical look at how our saturation trends have been changing. As far as when the data starts and ends, I'm not entirely sure on that. It goes back several years though. The trend that we've been seeing in a reduction in gas appliance saturation. As far as the new buildings, the portion of the adjustment that's based on the new buildings, it's buildings or homes built in the last 5 years. So what we're seeing is that the saturation of gas is lower in those newer homes than in kind of the existing customer base. And we're saying, okay, going forward, any customer growth is going to be at this lower level of gas saturation because that's what we've seen over the last 5 years.
Okay, so it sounds like you've kind of been seeing this trend go down to some degree. That's a separate question. I'll get to that. But to the degree this is trending down to some level, is what you're doing taking, so we don't know, it's 23 or 24 is the latest year that you know, right, in this. Are you taking that year and holding that steady as if a carbon copy of that year is what continues to happen in terms of like proportion and trend, or are you continuing to pull the trend line down in the same direction it was going and extrapolate market electrification based on the trends you've seen over the last few years?
Yeah, it's the former, and I believe our last home use survey was 2022. So that's the most recent observation we have, and we're taking that saturation for the homes built in the last 5 years and just keeping that steady going forward.
Okay, and that's 2022 data, we think.
Yeah, so it would be homes built from 2018 to 2022.
Okay.
That's informing that percentage. Yeah.
Okay, so the market electrification uses that 2018 to 2022. And those are all new homes that answer that survey, that data on market electrification?
Well, it's one of these survey questions is when was the home built? So we're assuming that's being answered correctly by our customers. And then looking
I see. So you've disaggregated the data to only pick newer homes up to 2022, and then whatever that average was, or the response, like average response for homes built 2018 to 2022, you keep that value constant as the market electrification throughout the whole planning period.
Yes.
Got there. Okay. It's been a long week. Struggle to make sure I got it all. Okay. And then I just wanted to check in real quick on the clean heat planning. I understand, and Ms. Jones presented that only the low kind of part, it's always the opposite of what I want to say. Only the low forecast includes the outcome of the clean heat proceeding, or a proxy close to the outcome for the clean heat proceeding. Of course, the outcome for the clean heat proceeding had more electrification, not to a totally shocking amount, but just an amount proportionally more than in the amended preferred portfolio, which is, I think, what you used. And I was curious how it's going in the initial implementation. I mean, I know you all have some caution to assume we get to those exact goals, but it seems the binary choice here is those goals or none of them. And I was curious what would lead us to only pick between achieving all of those goals and none. I mean, I understand their forecast bounds, but there's no forecast that assumes we outrun the goals or do better. So just curious, any initial feedback as far as how that clean heat planning and implementation is going, so we could understand how on track we are.
Yeah, no, appreciate that question. Unfortunately, we do not have a subject matter expert present with us today who is coordinating the Clean Heat Plan implementation efforts. But perhaps to address your other question, I believe that you're right. We have targets through the Clean Heat Plan, and those are certainly the ones that the company is pursuing. However, those targets do kind of depend on customer adoption. So while the company will certainly do our part, I think it's important to understand statistically how many customers are taking advantage of the incentives that we are offering to them before we use that as our baseline scenario. It is a scenario, though, to your point, and it is something that we've done thorough hydraulic modeling on and will be presented as a case to consider by the commission and our stakeholders when they're approving or providing comments on the projects that we're pursuing.
And I appreciate the rapid fire. I got a lot of questions here, so make sure I get through and give stakeholders a chance. Mr. Goodenough, you had mentioned you're seeing this trend. I'm curious for both kind of existing appliance saturation, which I presume is like in existing properties, and then for new homes, what is that trend, mathematically, or like what insights do you have for how dramatic is the curve changing? Like, what does this look like in your data thus far?
Yeah, I'll probably need to follow up with precise numbers on this. But what we have been seeing lately is, a pretty significant reduction in gas, in the percentage of new homes that have gas furnaces compared to the population as a whole. And then, the corresponding increase in what's generally heat pumps, air source heat pumps, kind of backfilling that gas furnace.
In the new construction?
Yeah, in the new construction.
Okay. And I think Colorado in general is like more or less 70% gas heated residentially. I don't know what new homes were. I presume it was a higher number than that. Do you have any concept like what our 2024 or 2023 number was for new homes in percentage?
Now I wish I'd looked at these results before the workshop, but unfortunately, I don't want to give a percentage and have it be too far off.
Okay.
We can definitely share that information.
That would be very helpful to just understand what we're seeing, so that we have the context. Because I feel like you're seeing the data and making decisions, but we're just understanding there is some drop, and of course, the scale and slope of the drop is interesting to understand the issue better for us. Okay, I want to understand within these forecasts or these scenarios, the low, base, and high, explain to me what changes, like what actual aspect changes. There were points in the proposal where I was reading that what changes is the customer count under each scenario. I'm seeing nods, so I think I read something correctly. Does the use per customer also change? Like, help me understand what all aspects do you change when you move from one of those scenarios to another?
Yes, so both are changing from a throughput perspective. So we're incorporating customer reductions due to electrification, varying levels based on the scenario that we're running. And then also the corresponding decline in gas use per customer on an annual basis. It's important to note, though, that we probably focused on the customer count discussion because that's the input to the hydraulic modeling is the customer count, not the throughput.
Okay, so a customer count reduction would be a fully electrified customer, right? They don't even have a fireplace.
Yes.
Gas fireplace, I should say. Now, am I correct in kind of gleaning, especially from other proceedings, that the company thinks there will be, I don't know if I'd say predominance, but a high level of dual fuel systems that also have gas as a backup?
I believe that's the case, and I think that's what we're seeing in current adoption as well.
Okay, so when you look at using like this survey data through 2022 to change customer counts, but I'm sure your survey showed there's plenty of customers who have, well, this air source heat pump, but we still got a gas water heater or a stove or whatever. How do you make that link to just be like, this is the change in customer count when we have this messy middle of people who are partially electrified or somewhere in this process? I'm trying to understand the accuracy of moving the customer count, which would just reflect one flavor of electrified customer to me.
Yeah, great question. And that is precisely what I was highlighting in our planned future improvements, which is the ability to not send to our gas modeling a number of gas customers, but number of, say, gas furnaces that are in this area versus, electric heat pump with gas backup, all electric, et cetera. So we don't have that yet, but that is part of what our granular forecasting process is going to allow us to do in a much more robust way than we currently do.
Okay, so right now you make a forecast, you send it to your folks who are doing the synergy, and they primarily see a difference in customer count as their main input
Yes.
for what they're going to see on the system. To what degree, if any, do you include lesser sales? Or I understand the company has an argument that with dual fuel, the peak capacity doesn't change. We'll get to questions on that later. So I don't know if we want to delve into that, but like how to what degree, if any, I mean, I guess, is it just that they don't really care about throughput, right? Their capacity, so they're just assuming every customer has the same peak capacity? Is that how it works when they intake the customer count number?
Yeah, I'll let Grace answer that one.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, John. So one minor clarification to what you had said earlier, which is that the customer count is the main input into the model. It is a input into the model, but I wouldn't call it the main input into the model, which is what I was trying to decipher on that slide there. So one thing that we do each year is that we pull customer meter reads for our fleet of customers, and we run that through the Synergy Hydraulics Software CMM, or Customer Management Module. And that will use predictive modeling to determine how much of every single premise is identified as either base, or base meaning water heaters, stuff like that you use all year long, and how much of the portion of their design day peak is associated with heating. And that is inputted into our model each year in order to be able to account for trends in customer usage. So if an individual customer starts to use less gas, it will get incorporated into our model at the node level. The customer counts that John is then providing over to the gas strategic team does get converted into a percent of load increase, but notably only for the residential and the small commercial customer classes. That does get added into the model as a percentage of the existing usage, but only the heat usage, because we really want to understand how this customer count input impacts the overall design day peak hour gas demand. So there's some flavor of customer count. There's also some flavor of making sure that we are applying an accurate estimated design day peak hour gas demand for those specific customer classes in alignment with what customers are currently using on our system.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and as I understand it, so you take the monthly meter reads, and then you're trying, obviously, you've got summer usage, shoulder season usage, so you disaggregate out those year-round appliances, understand what amounts of heating, but then there's second disaggregation that happens where you take the monthly heating portion and then try to attribute, okay, this much happens at the peak, right?
Exactly. That CMM software will really try to disaggregate all the information to help us understand, given the customer's gas usage, how much could they potentially pull at that design day event.
Okay. And I know we had talked about this in one of the other workshops, but I'm a little concerned the extent to which this model works, the second disaggregation that happens if you have gas only as a backup, supplemental heat source, right? Your throughput is going to be much smaller, although your capacity would be exactly the same in your scenario. So wouldn't you be under predicting, for those particular type of customers?
Great question, and I think a fair concern. We are in conversations right now with actually the software provider and have been assured that the software is smart enough, for lack of a better term, because they do receive the monthly meter reads. We also input the weather data, and so it's able to disaggregate if a customer has a very, very low, heating load the majority of the year, and all of a sudden it peaks at a cold weather event. That would be an indication to the software that they likely have a dual fuel heating system where they're using electrification as their primary means for heating, but do still have a gas backup that is kicking in at the coldest days of the year. And so that information would be used to help inform that design day peak hour gas demand.
But it's a whole month, right? Like, I mean, you might have a cold weather event that happened a day or two, but you're trying to glean that from a whole month of information.
Certainly. And I think data quality, I think we've mentioned this in past workshops, is challenging on the gas system because our current meters in the field do only collect monthly reads. So it really is trying to utilize the information that we have available today to the best of our ability. If I could get hourly readings, that would be wonderful. But I think there's significant construction and cost associated with getting that level of data from the field.
Okay. And then your customer count projections or differences, are those, I guess, I don't want to say intended to be accurate. Of course, you intended everything to be accurate. Are those intended to be accurate, or are they intended to kind of cover some of the impact of partial electrification? Like, I guess on the capacity side, maybe not. So the customer count is truly, the customer count differential is truly just what you expect to be the fully electrified customers?
Yes. So it's the vast majority of the difference is the difference in fully electrified customers. In the cases where we're still making the market electrification adjustment, there's a slight impact on customer accounts. We assume that a certain percentage of customers, if they electrify their heat, will electrify everything else. So I guess in that case, it's still a fully electric customer, but kind of self-initiated rather than through our specific programs.
Okay. And then to the extent that customers are not fully electrified because they have an incredibly minor appliance, stove, gas fireplace, is that anything being modeled? I mean, I recall we were looking in one of the workshops, I think particularly some of the Marshall rebuilds, and there was a healthy number that did all electric for the heating, but then they still had gas. So presumably for one of these really minor uses, and I'm wondering, how is that kind of situation treated? Yes, it is a customer, but it's such a different look.
Yeah, at this point, a customer is a customer. That is what we intend to be able to model better going forward, though, with our more granular process.
Okay. With regard
if I may
yeah.
piggyback on that answer really quick. So I think John really brings in the good context of the customer account. But within the model itself, I think the way that we would really attribute that is through the capacity checks that we're adding onto the system. So in most cases, when we're talking about a large build of customers, we receive that as a discrete application through our builder's call line. And if we go through the planning process, they decide to pursue gas, that's where that capacity check category comes into play, is that we would only be adding in the load that they are requesting. And because we ask our customers, what types of appliances are you bringing onto the system, we're able to accurately, to the best of our ability, put in a predicted load for them. And it wouldn't necessarily be affected in the residential and small commercial customer class. So it's not like we're double dipping. That load comes through the capacity check portion of the analysis.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think it all through in real time. With regard to the surveys that we had talked about, the kind of the latest being ending at the 2022 timeframe with regard to your understanding of market electrification, what are the company's plans in terms of the next survey or attempt to get this kind of appliance level understanding from customers?
We send those every 2 years.
Okay, so it was sent in 2022?
I believe our last results were from 2022.
What's that mean? When
where we actually got the responses and have processed the information and done analysis on it.
Okay, so did you send one in 2024?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea when the results are in?
I'll have to follow up on that.
Okay. Okay, let me see. So in the base scenario you propose using as your beneficial electrification category, the 2024 to 2026 DSMB SI plan, outcomes or goals, I guess I would say. Curious, that's a little more mature than the clean heat plan. So it's kind of same question on the clean heat plan with regard to how is it going? Are there any preliminary indications as to direction of kind of achievement or things as it relates to the goals of the BE portion in particular?
Again, I wish we had a subject matter expert here from our implementation team. Unfortunately, I don't think that we have someone here today that could potentially answer that question for you. Again, we could follow up if that's something you're interested in.
Okay. Okay. In the high forecast, the company assumed no adjustment to customer counts from adoption of BE. Trying to bring up my notes here. I'm just trying to remember from your chart if that is in both categories. Oh, there's the chart. Okay, so in the high, you'll do the historical adoption, which is again that like 2018 to 2022 frozen percentage, I guess. And that's existing, or you carry that through for new builds? You assume every new build performs the way you saw in 2022.
Believe that's for existing.
Okay, so that's like retrofits of existing customers. How do we determine, is that for all of these? Like, as I look at market electrification, that's behavior of existing customers versus new builds?
To an extent, yes. So where we are making the market electrification adjustment, we're applying the percentages that we've seen in new customers to future customers as well. So if we've seen the percentage of gas furnace saturation decline in homes built in the last 5 years, all the new homes going forward will also have that lower percentage saturation of gas furnaces.
Okay. Does the market electrification at all alter your base forecast, meaning your existing customers in terms of retrofit expectation?
I might have to follow back up on that. I'm just trying to think through the math of how we do the adjustment. I might have to follow up with that one, a response.
Okay. I mean, I suppose as we look at the beneficial electrification category, that would include some degree of retrofit. And what I'm trying to understand, particularly for the high case, whereas there is no beneficial electrification, do we assume existing customers do anything, any electrification at all? You know, if it's not baked into market electrification, then we're assuming there are no retrofits at all.
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, so you think the market electrification only relates to new builds?
Yes.
And so any retrofits would be captured in your beneficial electrification actions or assumptions?
Yes, in the base and the low case.
Okay. And then with regard to high, just so I'm clear, the forecasting assumption is we hold steady the percentage of new builds from 18 to 22 that were electric or electrified, whatever flavor we want to say, and no retrofits happen at all.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Does the company like have any data with regard to what they're seeing now for retrofits?
Only via the only way that I see it is via the changing saturation percentages in our surveys. I would suspect there's a group in the company that's tracking those retrofits. I'm just not sure that I've seen that data.
Is there any metric or like tracking you can think of? I mean, I'm thinking gas meter disconnects could be a extreme obvious one, but you know, like how can we or do we track that? I mean, I guess are you gonna track that through the rebates in the VE plan and clean heat plan to kind of understand uptake in retrofits?
John, you could phone a friend on this one. I'm certainly not the expert in this, but this is my understanding, and I believe what was presented in the first discussion we had on this M docket, which is that we do track when we issue a rebate as a company funded program, we do track the before appliance and the after appliance. So there is some level of information out there as to what rebates we're issuing and what appliances that they're choosing. So that could potentially be, a critical input into here. The one thing I kind of wanted to level set us on in regards to forecasting as a whole is that we're looking at a scenario analysis. So is the base case right? Probably not. Is the high case right? Probably not. Is the low case right? Probably not. And that's the challenge with forecasting, is that if somebody comes to you and says, I absolutely know how to forecast and I know exactly what the gas system is going to look like, I would say that that's probably concerning. But the beauty of looking at a really high case and a low case is that you can see the range of possibilities between the two options. So while I do think that it's fair that, some might be higher than lower, it'll give us, a better view to be able to see multiple different variations. And that personally is what I'm hoping that we can help inform the commission and stakeholders on when we present the results in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with you that all forecasts are wrong. That's all the forecasts and people know. But we have to make sure they're all rational, right? There's no sense in running your hydraulic modeling through it and stuff if it's an outside case that no one thinks is within the realm of possibility. So I think it's important that those bounds that we look between on the high and low extremes are rational and in the course that there's some wide agreement people think are possible outcomes, so we can ensure at least we're bounding it in a reasonable area. Let me see. Okay, so the reason in your low forecast that you essentially stop market electrification in 2026 is that you assume all electrification is happening in the clean heat plan, like there is no sidecar separate something happening that's not part of that plan, just so I'm like crystal clear. That's the rationale there.
Yes, the assumption is that customers who would have chosen to electrify on their own will take advantage of the incentives that the company is now offering.
Okay. You mentioned using EIA data in forecasts, especially I think that would be for new builds, which you indicate kind of automatically includes some building code impacts, due to the decreased energy intensity of newer homes because of building codes. And I'm curious, is the EIA data that you're using forecasted or observed decreases, I guess?
Yeah, it is forecasted data. It comes from their annual energy outlook. And it is not just for new builds, it's for kind of the improving efficiency of the market as a whole. So what we'll see is an overall decline in energy intensity for our 1+ million customers. And that's being driven by both the fact that newer customers are more efficient and some of the retrofits that we're seeing among our existing customers. And just to go back to a couple other questions you had, I can think a helpful person joining online. So our percentages for furnaces are 84% for the population as a whole, 73% for new builds.
And what's a new build, like time-wise?
Within the last 5 years, built within the last 5 years.
Do you know the data for the last year? I'm just curious if that looks markedly different than for the last 5 years.
We could take a look. I don't know that we have a question other than was it built in the last 5 years in the survey, but we could take a look and see if there's anything we can glean from that. Okay. And then one other comment that I just want to provide some clarification on. So in the high case where we're not assuming the market electrification, or we're not assuming any beneficial electrification, sorry, we do have an assumption of appliance turnover, so that when an appliance when a gas furnace needs to be replaced, a certain percentage are replaced by heat pumps. So we do have some retrofit assumed in that forecast as well.
That's in the market or beneficial?
It's in the market.
Okay. And so that, do you know what rate or what percentage, how do you determine upon end of life of equipment, how many you think will be replaced with electric versus gas?
I believe it's based on that same kind of what's been built in the last 5 years. That's going to be kind of how the market performs going forward. So, for example, we would assume that in with the numbers I just gave, 73% of the furnaces that are replaced with like for like with gas furnaces as well.
Okay. Thanks. That's helpful. I want to burn through a few more of my questions because I really want to let our stakeholders have a chance to weigh in. Let me find. Okay, I wanted to get just a bit to the kind of locational relationships here. I know you expressed ambition past, we have this slightly different way it will be done by county for 2025, and then express ambition past that to get more locational. And I'm wondering how much more locational, like what is the company's actual kind of plan, or what are you shooting at for how locational is your description there?
Very locational. I don't know that we have a specific target for the level of granularity that will, in the future pass on to the gas team. But we'll be citing, as an example, we'll be converting, in our models, we'll be converting appliances at existing premises. So that's down to the premise level. And then also citing new growth as in, this plot of land or this area is zoned for this type of growth and is likely to see this type of customer come in. So it should be quite granular. It is going to leverage some of the work we're doing on some of that modeling that we're doing for the electric side, and our target is the feeder level on the electric side. So if that gives you a sense of granularity.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And knowing that, your proposal for the low and the base kind of reference these other proceedings and the outcomes of those proceedings, I'm wondering if in the forecasting that's provided in the GIF, you can help us understand how one translates to the other and help draw that direct line between what does it look like to use, because of course we know the outcomes of those proceedings are in terms and are in dollars you can spend, and they're not necessarily in this many houses become all electric. And so do you think you will be able to help draw the direct line between these proceedings to help us really understand that alignment?
Yeah, certainly. We can show how we're adjusting our customer accounts, by region for these programs. It's kind of going to be a bunch of Excel files for you, but we can send that over. Okay.
And I understand, I believe the company will use, I don't want to talk about the DSP too much. It's coming any day. I don't know. But I'm aware there was, I think the company was probably looking at some propensity to adopt models there to understand beneficial electrification on the electric side. Will it be the same propensity to adopt information that is used in DSP that's used in the GIF, so that we can line it up?
I don't know that I want to speak to DSP work during this workshop.
Okay. Since I have that question now, just expect that I'll have that question in 5 months. Let's see. Oh, so when we look at the customer module, whatever it's called, CMM, I forget what the other M is, management. And it takes the monthly meter read, disaggregates to the peak demand. Are you familiar with and understand that they disaggregate out the other appliances first, then take it? Do you understand what that calculation looks like, or can you help give me better insights as to how it's trying to predict what the peak actually looks like and if there's any way that's actually verified.
Yeah, if it was a simple calculation, I'd be able to tell you today. It is kind of a complicated calculation that looks at many various factors that go into CMM. I do think it's something worth describing in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, but likely wouldn't be able to discuss it in all fairness today.
Okay. Are you aware if that like methodology has changed or is planned to change? I mean, I know we talked about the partial electrification real curveball here, but has anything considerably changed as far as how that disaggregation works?
Not that I'm aware of. The software company does produce updates annually, I believe it is, but no fundamental changes on the actual way that it calculates it.
Okay. Earlier in this proceeding, I asked for data from new applications to better understand any movement, especially in the peak customer, peak capacity per customer. And I know your applications have it listed by use, so I thought this could be a treasure trove of information. And just to paraphrase, I think your response was kind of, well, we're not sure people fill it out accurately and not everyone fills it out, so not sure it's useful. But then in certain circumstances, it sounds like it's very useful in terms of the capacity checks, maybe where you're dealing with a developer rather than an individual builder or something. And I was just curious, any more insights on like what proportion of the applications don't complete that? Is there any way of actually getting, I mean, you're already asking for this information. It seems as though it could be incredibly helpful in understanding, rather than looking at 2 or 3-year-old data or 5 or 6, as that survey would be. You have access, it seems to me, to real-time data on new customers. It's just either not being filled out or we're not so sure it's accurate. How do we fix that problem and just get you the data you're already trying to collect in real time?
Yeah, I don't have the statistics off the top of my head as to how many customers actually properly fill it in. The one kind of assurance I'll give you is the number that I displayed on the slide there. Those are large capacity checks where we have had the opportunity to correspond with the actual applicant. And so what is loaded into the model should be considered to be relatively accurate as to the new gas load that we see coming onto the system.
There we go. Does the company have like a general assumption as to the percent of electrified heating you presume will be backed up by gas versus electric?
Only what we have through the survey data, and then any information that we're gathering from customer participation in the existing DSM electrification programs. I'm not sure what the numbers are, but that would be our best source of data for that.
You're compiling that from the BE programs that just rolled out and the clean heat that are in the process of getting rolled out, compiling kind of the backup source.
The program administrators are compiling. Yes.
Okay. Looking at your model for like the backup behavior with regard to the dual fuel, you had submitted an Excel model on behavior of the backup. Correct me if you have a different understanding or interpretation, but I understand this to be a fairly conservative scenario whereby a few things are undersized. First of all, the heat pump, second of all, the ductwork, such that it can't cover, the maximum load and is running the backup something like 30% of the time. And I was curious, does the company have any estimation as to the percent of installed systems or expected systems that would meet this situation versus other situations in which you would not kind of have these deficiencies that require the backup to run so frequently?
If we do, I haven't seen it. It would be another group that's tracking that information.
Okay. Well, I guess, would you agree with me that this is one of several flavors of system design and controls that we might see, and in my read probably estimates about the most conservative situation with regard to how frequently and how deeply gas is used in the colder weather?
I'd agree it's important to understand.
Important to understand like the different system types.
Yes.
And this is just one of several types of system types you could have if you partially electrify or have gas as backup.
Yeah, again, I'm not the best person to ask these questions. So to echo what Grace has commented a couple times, too bad we don't have a DSM implementation person on the call here.
Yeah, I'm curious, is the company kind of making any efforts to understand this behavior in real life a little better? Any sort of real-time tracking of meters of those with the dual fuel situation to understand the peaking behavior of the gas component? Because I mean, I would say a huge underlying assumption on your dual fuel electrification is that there is no reduction at all in peak capacity for dual fuel electrified customers. And I'm just wondering how we can get that verified in real life.
I don't know if Grace has anything else to add to this conversation. It's just not something that I'm tracking, so I don't want to try to speak to what the company is doing for that.
Yeah, I apologize about that, John. My computer screen went black, and so I lost you for a minute there, Commissioner Gilman. But I guess I would just echo with John that I think we would need to check with our customer energy technology solutions as to exactly what they are tracking and what data we'd be able to pull over.
Okay. I just got 3 more quick questions, and then I want to go ahead and invite our stakeholders who have questions or comments they want to share to go ahead and turn your cameras on, and we'll get there sooner than later. I'm going to burn through just a couple of these. With regard to price elasticity, you had indicated it's an input variable in the sales model, and I was just curious what assumptions are made with regard to kind of the responsiveness to customers of changes in price, especially if you consider some of the more drastic examples we've seen over the last few years.
Yeah, I'd have to pull the exact numbers that we assume. I would say that in general, utility price elasticity is pretty low. Like in the 0.1 range. So like a 10% increase in price is a 1% decline in usage, just as a rule of thumb for electric and gas usage. We did, however, as you know, have some high periods of high prices over the last few years, and we did see customers respond to that. We saw a drop in use per customer during the times of the high price that then rebounded when the prices went back down. So, I can comfortably say customers are price responsive. Don't know the exact number that we're putting into our models right now.
Okay. With regard to the bottom up forecasting, in seeing that kind of described in the proposals, I was just curious, any time frame at all that we could put around any of the ideas? It's got some good concepts in there, but I think understanding even the relative timing of these improvements is very necessary. So
yeah, sure. So the one thing I'll note is that we're not necessarily going to wait until the entire project is finished to start bringing in information that could be useful in planning. So there will be the plan is to have incremental improvement along the way as well, which we've already kind of demonstrated that we have some incremental improvement for the 2025 GIP. Right now, the project plan is to have this forecast completed, or the ability to create these forecasts completed by the end of 2025. And then ideally we'd be running in parallel for some time with existing processes just to make sure we can do a full switch over to the new process. So that's the plan now. This is a massive project and a massive undertaking, so that timeline might shift a little bit, but the plan is to have at least the structure for this forecasting built out this time next year.
Understood. Last question. So I invite our stakeholders to turn on your cameras if you'd like to kind of ask a question directly or provide any comments, open to really either. The last one is, you mentioned working with municipalities with regard to forecasting. and it said conversations, and I was just curious, is this a mature conversation? Do they have any influence in the forecast you're seeing in the areas? Perhaps you could provide some more color as to what that actual interaction looks like.
Sure, and I certainly welcome some of those entities to weigh in on this question as well from their perspective. So we reached out to City of Denver and City of Boulder as part of this M docket, kind of in response to some of the comments earlier on, and have had productive conversations about both the type of forecasting we are trying to move toward, kind of that future state of forecasting, and how some of their data might help us be able to inform that. Nothing, we haven't actually incorporated anything in the 2025 GIP yet, but it would be things along the lines of customers that are participating in non-Excel programs right now that could help us fine tune our propensity to adopt models. And then also kind of development plans. So I mentioned we want to be citing our growth to a specific place. Well, a lot of these municipalities have development plans that kind of could lay some of that out for us as we try to build that modeling and some of the structure around whether these developments are all electric or need to be a certain percentage electric, are things that we can incorporate as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you for participating in my rapid fire questions. I got through a lot there. It's just going to be a race to raise your hand, and I'll go in the order you raise your hand. And we'll go around and see any comments, any questions on kind of the proposals as they stand now. Ms. Elam.
Yeah, thank you very much. I very much enjoyed the questions and conversation. And I just had maybe it's a little bit more of a comment than question, but I think when you were having the discussion about your new home surveys and trying to forecast out those continuous improvements, certainly that's a very logical pathway from our historical code adoption, right? They each have gradual improvements, but I just wanted to note, in the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code represented the most significant change in performance requirements that we've seen in the history of IECC. And nothing that you were surveying would have been built under that code. So even for a home built in 2022, it's most likely under the 2018 or older code. And now that we have a statewide minimum code, and that basic performance is going to carry forward even into the low emissions code. Just considering that maybe it's not this gradual increase anymore, but actually, now that most jurisdictions are on the 2021, in the 2025 timeframe, almost everything's going to be at this better performance level and not as much slope. So just wanted to note that. And then, we're not quite far enough in the adoption to really start to see the hockey puck effect. But, just noting that as we see market transformation occur, we certainly see, kind of gradual adoption, and then it reaches this inflection point and starts to have exponential adoption. And so thinking about that as you're using some of your BE participation data and trying to understand when that point of inflection is going to start to show up and materially impact your forecasts, I think would be really helpful.
Thanks, Ms. Elam, for those helpful comments. I don't mean to split hairs, but I think it's a hockey stick, not a hockey puck, because the puck is just flat.
Apologies, Commissioner. I'm getting over COVID. I'm lucky I got
that. Right. I don't play hockey, but that is we've reached the end of my hockey knowledge. But okay, Mr. Brandt.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I just to start had a question for the company, or a couple questions. I think you asked a lot of detailed questions, so I don't have much more. But I guess we talked a lot about how beneficial electrification and the company's plans are included in the forecast, and not really any that I heard about energy efficiency other than the use of the annual energy outlook. So I guess I'm wondering if the company is taking any more sort of specific information around their, the DSM goals approved for energy efficiency, whether in the Clean Heat Plan or DSM-SI, as part of its forecasting. And then also, if you could talk a little more about sort of how you're using the annual energy outlook to update forecasts as well.
Yeah, so I'll answer both of those. So we were focusing on the different treatment of electrification in the various cases because that's the lever that we're pulling to define the difference between those cases. DSM is included in all cases. The company DSM programs are included in all cases. I'll note that that's largely a throughput impact, maybe not necessarily a customer or demand impact, but in our throughput forecast, the impacts of the DSM programs will be reflected.
And is that so? That's at the same level as approved in your clean heat plan
Yes.
in all 3 cases.
Yes. And then I'll probably try to keep it pretty high level, but if you have detailed questions about the energy outlook data, so it's essentially an input into our modeling. We use what's called statistically adjusted end use modeling, which factors in historical usage, economic growth, and then saturation trends, and then energy intensities or efficiencies of those appliances. And then we throw that into a regression, and then we get the results out of that regression. The way the data is being used, or what it's essentially driving, is the trend is lowering intensity, and that's being picked up in the regression results because that's an input into the model, is lowering intensity of lowering kind of therms per unit for customers that are using gas for heating versus stoves, for the various appliances that we track.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. I guess it's interesting to me that you'd use the DSM, SI, and clean heat case in all scenarios where you're taking a very different approach on electrification, as a comment, but also it seems like at this point the annual energy outlook won't include the federal changes to furnace standards that are expected to take effect in 2027, or late 2027, I believe. So I guess that could be a sort of major stepwise change that wouldn't be accounted for using that methodology, at least not yet.
Yeah, and we do get annual updates to that trend, so that could be picked up in the next update that we get.
Thanks, Mr. Brandt. One follow-up, Mr. Goodenough. I think we've been through this in different proceeding. With regard to the DSM, like the primarily efficiency play, improvements and assumptions, does the company ever attach a demand reduction to a efficiency measure, envelope measures, new furnace, anything like that?
I don't know that I've seen that on the gas side. We do on the electric side. Not sure if I've seen the corresponding demand reduction on the gas side, but if that's something Grace has seen, she can weigh in.
Yeah, so any associated demand reduction associated with energy efficiency that's pursued through the DSM program will be captured within the CMM modular, which essentially is scaling back the amount of peak that they use as they switch over to more energy efficiency appliances or pursue building shell measures. So that will come in real time as we verify and validate our models each year.
I see. So it's kind of a little automated because there is this math that starts with their monthly usage, therefore the monthly usage goes down. You do, to some degree, although we don't exactly know how, decrease the capacity because of that. Understood. Ms. Steinberg.
Forgot to unmute. Thank you. Sarah Steinberg with Advanced Energy United. Wanted to make 2 comments about the forecasting scenarios. And first wanted to register that we definitely have some concerns that the high case isn't sort of a reasonable bookend to be using here. I mean, to me, it seems like it's just not a real life scenario. The company is sponsoring electrification, and I'm not really sure why we would assume that those programs would go away or we wouldn't see any sort of retrofits. And even if you don't have that firm data yet, the answer is almost definitely not no uptake at all of these programs. So wanted to sort of put that on the record. The second comment, and I certainly understand and am very sympathetic to the desire to not to under forecast the needs of Colorado's current gas customers, though I think I'd still like to recommend a more aggressive electrification scenario at the other end of the spectrum in case the adoption curve does end up looking like that hockey stick, like we've seen with other clean energy technologies. And that could either be sort of a more aggressive scenario or a sensitivity, a fourth scenario. And I think it's just more information or more vision into that sort of quote unquote worst case for gas infrastructure scenario, which could be just very insightful as a risk assessment tool. So wondering if Excel would be willing to include that in the upcoming GIP.
Any answer on the fly?
I think the challenge isn't willingness, it's timing and resources to be able to accommodate that form of request in the planning process right now, which is part of the reason I wanted to ground us in the long-term planning process that we go through to prepare for the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. It takes significant amount of time to create a forecast and then do the hydraulic modeling. So I'm not sure that it's reasonable for this 2025 gas infrastructure plan off the cusp.
Thanks, Ms. Steinberg. Mr. Hay.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman, and I'll try and figure out how to lower my hand here. I think I got it. I appreciate the time and the opportunity and the work that you and the company have put into this. I tried to follow the conversation around sort of the base forecasting, and I'm not sure I tracked all of it. So I wanted to probe a little bit more to make sure that I was sort of understanding that part of it. But before I do, I think I would just echo Sarah's comments with respect to the high forecast and some amount of concern that that's assuming, no electrification or very little electrification. I understand the concern around the implementation of the clean heat plan and the trajectory for that. And this, I think, in part goes to some of the questions I have on the base forecast, that there are a lot of dollars in the marketplace right now for different types of electrification, whether that's from the federal government, the state, or local governments. And so I think that, independent of the company's sort of clean heat plan, may drive some of that. But the question I had on the base forecasting, I think, really goes to that last part. Grace, I don't know if this is for you or John, but the distinction, as I understood it, had to do with what you were calling market versus beneficial electrification in large measure as I was tracking it. But what I wasn't clear about was whether in the market electrification, you were assuming those state, local, and federal rebates and incentives and at what level, or if that was somehow just like native customer choice absent all of that. So that was sort of one question on the base forecast side of things, or I guess two. One, am I tracking that correctly? And two, what level of those things are in there? Because it seems to me historic adoption might not capture all of those rebates and incentives. So I'll stop there and happy to have a conversation on that issue.
I think that one's for me. So you understand it correctly. We are basing the specific market electrification adjustment on the recent trends that we've seen as far as customers choosing to electrify. We see it as a lower percentage of new homes have gas furnaces than the existing customer base. What that's being driven by, we don't have a lot of insight to necessarily, which makes it challenging to model changes in that going forward. It's a valid consideration that might accelerate on its own, even absent the clean heat plan programs. It's just not something that we have much data to really put a model around.
I guess one observation, Mr. Goodenough, unless I'm wrong, if we're looking at 2018 to 2022, this change in furnace percentage was all before public service had any electrification incentives available, correct?
I think that's right, yes.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hay, did you have something else?
No, well, a couple more follow-up questions, if I may, Commissioner Gilman. I think one of your earlier questions may get at this, which was, do we have the data on an annualized basis? Because some of that will show us the distinction between pre-federal dollars and post-federal dollars, which could give us an indication of sort of how steep that curve may be becoming as a result of additional dollars in the marketplace. But it also wasn't, so I guess that's a question. It also wasn't clear to me from the earlier conversation I thought when I was tracking that distinction that one of the big things was a change in throughput. But John, I think I just heard you say the driver was a change in the type of heating the customer was using. So, because it seems to me that if the difference between the base and all of the others is a change in throughput, not a change in appliance, there might be other factors that are driving that change in throughput separate from the change in appliance. And apologies if it feels like cross-examination. I'm really just trying to get clear on all of this. So Commissioner Gilman, if I may, I'll make a recommendation and then I promise to be quiet. Maybe there would be value coming out of this to have a workshop or series of technical workshops where staff or advisors are walking the company and interested parties through all of this, because I think there are a lot of questions that we don't quite understand, as evidenced by yours and our questions today. And so I'll leave that recommendation on the table for you. And John, thanks for answering all the questions.
If I may, perhaps, Commissioner Gilman, respond. I heard you loud and clear, Mr. Hay. Good to see you, by the way, on your recommendation for the high scenario. And I did kind of want to offer an alternative perspective that we could consider. So the high scenario, it's high. It's high gas growth. The way that I think of it from a planning perspective is it's almost a worst case scenario. So what level do we have that we get to improve from? And for me, there's value in seeing the worst case scenario and then being able to compare different scenarios back to that to see how much capital investment or capacity expansion within that category has really been able to shift by the impacts of different beneficial electrification levels. So that, to me as a planner, and I'm an engineer, so that's the way that I think of it, is the value of using kind of an extreme high case is having the basis to be able to compare back to of what it would have looked like had we not pursued these company programs where we're really trying to promote beneficial electrification. So alternative perspective and something to consider, but the way that I think about it as a gas strategic planner.
All right, Mr. Shea.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioner. Thanks for all your work on this. And
if you could too, while you speak, I'm curious in a perspective from the city and county of Denver as to interactions with the company related to forecasting, how that's going now, how it could go, if you're willing to go there, as well as whatever you actually wanted to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was planning on talking about some of the conversations we've had. So I was going to first sort of talk a little bit. I think we share some of the concern around the high scenario. And in Grace's sort of description, you're talking about the high scenario is the worst case scenario. And by making the clean heat plan the low scenario, you're sort of saying that's the best that we're going to achieve, rather than assuming if that were the base that we could overachieve in some capacity. And I think we've seen, some of the programs already this year. There has been overspent budget and sort of high success in some of the programs. So I just sort of say that in initial response. But I also wanted to note in relation to yours and Mr. Hayes' description around the company's 2022 survey data, and it's great to see that as of 2022, new builds were already accounting for a reduction or an increase in all electric new homes. The fact that that's prior to company and from our perspective as well, city programming that really was impacting that is great to see. So I would say, to your point, like the idea that you might lean into that trend and sort of scale that moving forward might make some substantial degree of sense. And I don't know at what point that 2024 data will be available and the degree to which it might be able to be incorporated. It sounds like it's sort of late in the game for a lot of that, but worth at least considering. And I know that our all electric new construction for residential buildings. We only just stood up that program recently, and we've already, the fact that that trend pre-existed that is worth noting. In terms of our interactions with Excel on some of the data that's available, we, thanks to the prior workshops, we've identified a number of these areas where we can improve our data collection. We understand that, especially as it relates to tracking the removal of gas furnaces, we can and will try to do better. And there's obviously a lot of internal dynamics that we need to work through, but we are aware of a number of the data sets that will be useful to the company moving forward, and it'll be too late in the game for this plan. But both in relation to this and the DSP, we are kind of aware of some of the gaps, and we are in discussion to address those so that moving forward we can have that more premise-based modeling that's has some real data underlying it that will ideally make the propensity modeling much more accurate.
Thanks for that input. I'm happy to go back to Mr. Brandt, Mr. Hay. To me, I think forecasting kind of underpins the whole thing here. Understand that to a slight extent, we will be stealing some time from probably mapping, potentially a little from CBA. But to me, I mean, if you don't get the forecast right, the mapping, the CBA is all based on numbers that people aren't agreeing with. So I'm okay spending some extra time with this. I just wanted to go with the understanding that we've just run a little path, and my fault. I asked a lot of questions, but y'all did a great job answering as quick as you could, I think. So anyway, with that understanding, go ahead, Mr. Brandt.
Yeah, thank you. And I will be very quick. I guess, just in thinking through, I mean, we share a lot of the forecasting concerns, as we said in our last comments, that have been brought up by a number of parties. I understand the company's position and that sort of the forecast is baked at this point and we can't really change it. And I guess I've been trying to think through if there's a way to think about some, how, at least for planned projects, if it's possible to sort of further stress test them with various, changes to the high and low, rather than understanding we can't change the whole forecast at this point, but at least as we're thinking about what data is presented in the GIP moving forward, if that could be a way to do this so that we all have sort of more confidence in the need for those specific projects, which would be a much, smaller subset and less, you wouldn't have to go back and fully remodel run your hydraulic models, but you could still present sort of a broader range of forecasts within the GIP that could be used in that process. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and respond to that. Hi, Justin. Nice to see you as well. So I think we're actually thinking along the same line, and I probably didn't give it enough justice earlier because I almost think of it as a sub-action to forecasting, that forecasting is the input into the hydraulic model. It gives us a view of what planned projects we might need. But after we identify planned projects, the work doesn't stop, specifically not in the realm of capacity expansion. I think we have enough information and partners within the community that we can stress test whether or not we believe that a project of that magnitude is reasonable, and that could be presented narratively within the gas infrastructure plan. I also think it comes into play quite a bit when we talk about the alternative portfolio of what we think is achievable within this area. And there are certain areas that are optimal, in my opinion, where we have large community support. We have very aggressive and energy attuned customers who may be able to, penetrate the beneficial electrification area in a more meaningful way. And so that is something that my team is really focusing on, is not just stopping when we identify a project, but doing that stress test to make sure, is it reasonable that we would actually move forward with construction on a project like this, particularly in the area or county that it's located. So I like that suggestion and didn't really mention that part earlier.
Great. Yeah, that's appreciated.
Mr. Brandt, glad I came back to you. We're making progress. Got helpful suggestions coming out. Mr. Hay.
Well, I'll just say thank you, Grace. I was going to echo support for Justin's recommendation, so glad to see it's coming forward. I wanted to go in a slightly different direction. I think I heard you or maybe John say that the updated modeling approaches might be ready in the 2026 timeframe. And so, excuse me, wanted to confirm that, but also then to ask, as you move into this sort of updated modeling approach, will that shrink the timeline between the completion of the forecasting and the beginning of a GIP so that or do we need to change the GIP process so that there's earlier interaction with respect to the modeling? Because it seems like the forecasting. It seems like the forecasting is a big driver, but that's happening months before anybody's really aware of a proceeding. So trying to understand if that timeline will change, or maybe Commissioner Gilman, if we need to change how we interact with the proceeding.
And Mr.
Yeah.
Just so I get it, it's part of your point that the forecasting drives so much that to have them do the forecasting so far in advance, build the whole case off of it, only for people to not be happy with the forecasting is a difficult situation.
And not be able to change it or really drive, it unlike an ERP where we get a forecast and we all spend, a big part of phase one adjusting that. This is what I've heard today, baked. And now what we're doing is we're tinkering around the edges. No offense, Grace. I mean, we're going to do a lot of work, but we're not doing that same kind of fundamental work of figuring out, do we have the forecasting right? And so if that has to be baked months in advance, maybe we need to think about how we as parties and you as the commission engage in that process sooner. That's, I think, where I'm getting to.
I wonder, could that look like a technical conference? Like, probably the question is, what would or could that look like? Okay,
Correct.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodenough. Sorry to.
Yeah, I think that was good conversation around the timelines and when to have kind of interveners weigh in. I don't know that the forecasting process that I described is largely going to impact the inputs that my team sends to Grace's team. So I don't know that it necessarily shortens her timelines at all. So I think that's a good flag. And as far as when the forecast will be ready, the goal is by the end of next year. So which would put it into 2026 forecasting. So that is the plan. Like I mentioned, it's a fairly large project, so that might slide a bit, but the plan is to have it by the end of next year.
Mr. Shea.
Yeah, thanks. I think, Grace, you might have started to talk about this a little bit earlier in response to Justin's question, but the filing sort of noted that the company will be considering unique geographic factors while evaluating a proposed capacity expansion project during the MPA analysis. Was that kind of what you were getting at? And I guess I just was curious what factors will be evaluated and how will those be incorporated?
That's not a short answer. So maybe we should have a conversation offline. But when you look at a NPA analysis, there's a lot of things that we consider. And really it all boils into achievable potential. So achievable potential is really how much reduction in design day peak hour gas demand the company believes that they can achieve at different levels of incentives. Things that can drive that are, the demographics of the city that you're in, whether you have community support, whether there's additional funding for incentives in those areas. So if there's local, state, or federal, funding that could potentially help to encourage people, things like that all get considered during the development of the actual portfolio. Other things that we consider, is also building codes. So if there is a upcoming building code where the city is, ensuring that customers are installing high efficient appliances, then that's probably something we wouldn't want to incentivize alternatively through the NPA portfolio. Instead, we would focus more heavy on electrification. So there's all sort of, unique factors that we consider. Certainly happy to talk to anybody about that offline. But that's really what I meant, is really a thorough analysis of these projects to see whether a gas infrastructure project really is the viable pathway or if there's an alternative way. Because I think that we've demonstrated and we're passionate about the idea of looking at alternative projects, especially in the capacity expansion project bucket, to ensure that we're identifying opportunities to defer, delay, reduce, or completely avoid. So hopefully that was somewhat answered your question. I know that I could probably geek out about that for the rest of the hour, and Commissioner Gilman would kick me under the table. So maybe a different day.
That sounds good. It'd be great to connect on that at another
Okay,
time
wonderful.
in more detail, but I appreciate that answer.
I don't know if I've given you the impression that there's any level of detail here I would not support getting into, because it's kind of a thing, but we do have to move on. We have two other areas. Anything closing out on forecasting, any other suggestions or ideas to be vetted as we move forward? Just one last chance, and then I'm going to move us to mapping. Okay. All right. Let's move on to system mapping. So Ms. Jones, I will go back to you. It looks like we're actually going to get Mr. Matley for a presentation, again, like max 15 minutes on your plans with regard to mapping in both the 2025 GIP as well as beyond.
Yeah, appreciate that, Commissioner Gilman, and I'll endeavor to move us along briskly and keep us on track as best I can, and start in and talk about what we've proposed, provide a summary of what we proposed around mapping for the 2023 GIP and beyond, and talk a little bit about some of our initial responses to intervener comments on our proposal. So I think we can get going, and I'll start with just to a reiteration on some of the overarching concerns that we've had around mapping, particularly around security and access to maps and to confidential information about our gas system. And so I won't belabor this point. We've provided a lot of content in our proposal around sort of what's informing these concerns and the threat landscape that exists outside that exists in our service territory and beyond. And you or at least I'm consistently reminded of that as looking at the news each and every day. And so these concerns have really framed our cautious approach to data sharing, and how we want to make sure to balance the benefits of disclosure and transparency and the information that we can share with interveners and others on the geography of our system with the risks associated with that disclosure. So appreciate in the responsive comments that we did see on our proposal that it appeared that balanced approach was largely supported, with obviously the sort of distinctions and differences on the details within that, but that's what's been animating some of our path forward here on mapping. We can go to the next slide, and I'll just talk briefly about what our proposal was and summarize that. And so there's really two components here on how we plan to provide maps for the 2025 GIP. And so we've got project-specific maps where we plan to provide public PDFs that are very similar to what we provided in the 2023 GIP, as well as confidential project-specific maps. And the key distinction there is really the confidential maps start to show a little bit more sensitive facilities, particularly the above-ground infrastructure associated with our system. And for the confidential project-specific maps, we would provide that in PDF form in the filing, as well as the company is happy to facilitate interactive viewing at our offices using our Esri ARC GIS online format. Separately, we also plan to provide system-wide distribution maps. And so we will be providing 12 PDF maps that cover the entirety of our company's system. And for reference, those will be similar to what we shared in Figure 7 in our proposal, and they will show statistics about our distribution system. We also plan on providing highly confidential system-wide distribution maps that get into a little bit more detail, and those would be available through interactive viewing at our offices using the Esri ArcGIS online format again. And as sort of a reminder, and we certainly have discussed this through the course of the M docket, we do have separately available, there will be a system-wide map that is managed by the pipeline safety program as part of the commission's jurisdiction, and that will show our distribution system as well as that of the other LDCs in the state. This is a quick summary of the various rules and statutes that apply to mapping in the GIP. And just to highlight that within the GIP rules, Rule 4553A and C provide mapping requirements, particularly around planned projects. And that's, we think the project maps that we proposed meet those requirements. And separately, the system-wide maps that I just discussed also comply with the mapping provisions of the statute governing the gas infrastructure plan. And reminder again that there is separately the gas PSP system map that would be available. And so next, just talking a little bit about initial responses to requests for additional attribute information within interveners' responsive comments. So we do think there's a pathway here to providing the majority of this information, and it in some cases would be on the maps. In some cases, we think it's better provided elsewhere in the gas infrastructure plan filing. But just ticking through the list here, we've got number and type of customers served by the project, and that would be or will be provided on the project-specific maps of planned projects. The electric capacity availability is something that we plan to provide as part of the NPA analysis. So not necessarily on the maps themselves for those projects, but as part of the information provided associated with the non-pipeline alternative analysis, electric capacity in those areas is an important consideration. Area income is in some sense already included within our designations of disproportionately impacted communities. Those include areas with a low-income population that's greater than 40% of the total. So that's an indicator, at least, of area income that is already going to be on the proposed maps for 2025 GIP. We will plan to, sort of similar to some of the considerations that Grace just talked about, that supportive local governments or community partners are an important consideration particularly on non-pipeline alternatives and the path forward, but not exclusive to that. And we'll continue to reach out and engage those entities, but not necessarily indicate that on the map. That's more of a narrative consideration. And there was a request for more information on the hydraulic feasibility of disconnecting or decommissioning certain areas of pipe. And given that the project-specific maps around planned projects include depictions of the pipeline location and geography, we feel that's discernible from sort of visual inspection of the map, that it's pretty clear to see areas that are sort of separate and distinct, or terminal points on the system as opposed to interconnected points. So we think that's already in effect available or viewable through the maps. Pipeline risk factor or project lead up time. We will be providing the in-service dates, forecasted in-service dates for projects, and required timing for all of the planned projects. And finally, we will also have greenhouse gas emissions reduction potential associated with the non-pipeline alternatives, and that's something that would be provided within the GIP, but not necessarily on the map itself. And finally, I've spent most of the time or all of the time here so far talking about what we plan to do for the 2025 GIP. And that's, not all we're doing in this space. We are also continuing to evaluate and push forward on future opportunities for additional tools to support gas planning. And so I think of the maps for the 2025 GIP, they're an outcome of the GIP process, which starts with planned projects, and for capacity and new business plan projects, also evaluates non-pipeline alternatives. And the map is a key piece of information to help all parties understand the scope of this project and where it's located and the details of the system around that project. there may be and there are other tools that could be helpful on the input side of the gas infrastructure planning process to help identify areas for non-pipeline alternatives or targeted electrification. And the company's interested in continuing to explore those opportunities and build those more long-term solutions. But really, our focus is we want to identify tools that's helpful in providing efficiency and optimizing that process. And so the tool that we might use in the future really needs to provide a demonstrated value on identifying new NPA opportunities. So that's at least the lens that we're looking at these opportunities through. And we hope to continue to evolve down this path and identify and implement further gas planning tools. But that's the beyond 2025 GIP opportunity. Then I think that's all on the mapping side, and hopefully I've at least gained you about 5 minutes to start.
Thank you. Very efficient. Appreciate it, Mr. Matley. I just have a couple of questions to kick us off, and I'd like to engage the stakeholders again. So the first is around, there's some discussion kind of in this section, because I think it's how Senate Bill 291 situates their mapping expectations within the GIP. And it's around the requirement in Senate Bill 291 for information to be included in the GIP about pipes that may need to be upgraded or replaced in the next 10 years. So I was a little unsure in reading your proposal to what extent and how the company plans to do that. And this is kind of in part a forecasting question, honestly, and in part like a PSIA question and whatever, but you all kind of addressed it in the mapping section, so I was just going to do it here. So I just wanted to understand a little better how and to what extent the company anticipates complying with that, both in the 2025 GIP as well as future GIPs.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Commissioner Gilman. And I think it certainly did come through in the mapping section, and I think in the way that we're interpreting Senate Bill 291, we are looking at providing the age in the pipelines due to be replaced within the next 10 years, not necessarily as a map, but more as an analysis and discussion within the 2025 GIP.
Would we be able to tell where the pipes are that you anticipate replacing in the next 10 years?
I may phone a friend on that question.
Yeah, no problem. So happy to help with this one. From my point of view, when the company considers this regulation, we're really looking at what pipes do we foresee, as you mentioned, replacing in the next 10 years. And those are pretty synonymous with our planned projects. So this upcoming year in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, you're going to see a lot more projects presented, which we're really pleased in this regard. But those planned projects really are meant to represent the body of work of projects or potential pipelines that would need to be replaced within that 10-year time period. So I would almost say, yes, you'll be able to see them, because if it's a planned project, it will be on the map and you'll be able to geographically locate where that pipe is.
Okay, and I just want to kind of parse through and understand what I'm hearing.
Sure.
There's two different ways I think I could interpret that information. So I want to make sure I understand which is correct. If we see way more projects come through in the next GIP, that could be increased advanced planning and transparency, meaning, projects that are expected to be needed for capacity concerns or PSIA or whatever are being presented. Another way to interpret it would be the company anticipates significantly more capital spending coming, and there are more projects. So I wanted to parse between those two and understand more specifically which that means.
Thank you for clarifying. It's certainly the former. So more transparency into the planning process, ability to really adapt our planning process since the 2023 gas infrastructure plan to identify projects sooner within the time period, and a means to be able to present that information to the commission and stakeholders. It should not be interpreted as an increase in capital investment, but more so an increase in transparency through this gas infrastructure plan process.
Okay, understood. Okay, so you're saying that our total GIP time period 6 years. So by virtue of kind of more transparency there, we'll see 6 out of the 10 at least show up. Is that capacity expansion and safety reliability? I mean, I understand the company's prior arguments that basically mandatory relocation and new build are not predictable that far in advance. So just focusing on those 2 areas that it seems like are or could be. Yeah, anyway, those are the areas that you anticipate kind of being able to project out further.
Correct.
Okay. And then what if any efforts, I don't have the ability to waive the statutory language for you. So what if any ability or what efforts is the company taking to fill in the 7 to 10 year time frame to meet the statute's time frame requirement?
Yeah, I don't have a full answer for you without some representatives from that team. I do think that we're aware of the statute and are working meaningful progress towards that. I think the challenge is that planning that far into the future is a little bit more. There's more fluctuation the farther you go out in the planning period, and our capital budget right now really reflects 5 years. So we've gotten pretty good at presenting projects in that 5-year time period, but we're continuously striving to see if we can get further and further in an effort to provide more transparency. Wish I could provide you a timeline or a little bit more information, but unfortunately we don't have the people here with us today.
Okay, another question. I know a point the commission's made a few times, especially with regard to what is a planned project, was an expression that a planned project is kind of what all is needed to serve a certain purpose or keep these people or connect these people. That could be a new business project and a capacity expansion or more upstream in order to serve those folks. And that's it's a little unclear if that just hasn't happened yet, or if the company has a different interpretation of what that means in terms of what meets the $3 million threshold. And I think the commission's been fairly clear that it's the compilation of a project that is needed to serve one means. And to me, that's perhaps where some of the interest in mapping comes from, is to be able to actually see that and verify that and kind of understand the relationship of projects kind of spatially on the system to understand their relationship in the actual delivery of gas too. So just curious, like your thinking on that and how you can best provide that transparency and ensure that the commission and the stakeholders can feel confident in how mapping is provided, especially with regard to this aggregation of multiple projects that serve the same need, ensuring that we are seeing those reported in the GIP. So turn it over to you to see any response.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Commissioner Gilman, and it's a good one. And what I can say is that we've heard you and we've heard interveners in terms of the request for more planned project information and more transparency into what's coming in the upcoming GIP. And so we've taken, and this process has already started internally, taking a very liberal view of what we consider a planned project and communicated out to the project managers and the teams that are gathering and compiling this information, that anything that we can consider as grouped together, we need to group together for purposes of bringing forward in the GIP. So just by way of example, we've talked about a situation where we've had multiple discrete investments at a compressor station. And, those investments have a separate and distinct purpose for each of them, but they're happening at the same facility. So we're looking at that situation and saying, we should bring that forward as a planned project because it has that kind of interrelationship. And so I think we'll be able to share a lot more planned projects in the upcoming GIP than we were able to identify in 2023. And as a result, a number of more maps of those planned projects.
Okay, great. And kind of over what time frame, like, is there a time frame barrier? Like you gave that example of we're going to do multiple things to this compressor station, or yeah, the new build happens this year, and in 2 years we're going to need a capacity expansion to serve that new build once they get built out. So like, is there some sort of bound or thinking you have over what time frame that aggregation is occurring in your planning?
Yeah, most of what we've been thinking of is contemporaneous so far, I would say. And that's in part because we still have some of the similar dynamics that we experienced in the 2023 GIP, which is we have more information on more near-term and current projects than we do. And as we look down the road in terms of the later years of the GIP, and we're working to bring forward more projects in all of those years, but it still may not come through yet necessarily that we're able to link certain new business projects this year with certain capacity projects in future years. And so we've been thinking more contemporaneously about that requirement.
Sorry, gotta do it once in a while. Okay. With regard to PSIA projects, in seeing those kind of appear, is that simply an age tracking at this point, or is it more complicated than that? Like, especially with regard to the SB 291 compliance and the avenue that would be safety, reliability, integrity kind of projects, making sure that what is reasonably expected in the next 10 years will show up. Is that primarily like an age screen, like age and material, or is there something more complicated I'm not thinking?
I don't know if I'm able to answer that question in terms of the overall criteria by which we will evaluate the safety projects and bring them forward. Is that, if I'm understanding that correctly?
Elaborated upon in your submission, so we can understand by what, how, because one thing that we saw, we had PSIA filing years before that seemed to have more capital, and I know there are reasons and there are things, and then very few actual projects showed up in the GIF. And so just trying to understand how we will understand what criteria you use to show those, especially given the statutory requirement.
Okay, that's helpful context. And intertwined in this is also our commitment to bring forward more information about routine capital investments and programs of work in terms of not necessarily the discrete projects within that, because they tend to be small, but they aggregate up into larger categories of investment. So we do have plans to bring forward more supportive information akin to the planned project supportive information about why we're making these investments, why we're investing the amount that we are in these projects, and how we're identifying and these projects and deciding which to go forward with. So we will have that, even if I'm not able to give you that detail at this moment, we will have it in the upcoming GIP.
Okay. And do you expect, with regard to those routines of work or categories, whatever, it's been too long a week, I can't remember what we called it. Do you think there will be any, getting back to our mapping, which I'm supposed to be talking about, will there be any spatial understanding of the proportion of where these routines or planned, groups occur, to kind of, as I understand it, and we kind of all brainstorm together in the workshop, what is the purpose of wanting mapping? One of it is to really highlight the hot spots on the system where we have outside investment coming up, and kind of figure out what to do. And so even within the routines, it seems like kind of proportionally understanding where in the mapping sense these things are happening could be very helpful. So just curious if you think you have any mechanism to tie that to mapping, even just to identify county, by city gate, by something, where do they lay out?
Appreciate that question. We are still looking at that in terms of building out, the package that we will bring forward in terms of routine and programmatic investment. So I don't know if I have a specific response to that other than appreciate that perspective. And I think we'll go take a look and see what kind of spatial depiction we can bring forward with the information that we have.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know if, let's say, like customer on yard lines show up or something, but like the extent to which those are potentially really geographically clustered could be very helpful in this understanding. I think everyone's trying to get kind of the general economics and situation of the system. I just have one or two other questions, and then I'd like to open it up to our stakeholders so everyone can be ready with their button and just a race to the hand raise again. Our technique here. And then we'll aim to wrap up this Q&A by 3:30 to get us back on track, which I think will work. Curious, this is probably a Ms. Jones question, but I'm not sure. Curious if if in your perception, or you could see working with us on this, if the commission or kind of a direct representative or contractor of the commission could view hydraulic modeling and kind of have some interactions with the company, potentially an early stage of the GIP, to especially better understand those upcoming capacity constrictions and options and things like that. So kind of just kick it to you as a more general question first.
Sure. I'm happy to take a crack at that. And I think what we have proposed in terms of the map access for the GIP is confidential access to the confidential access to the planned projects map for parties within the proceeding that sign an NDA, and that could certainly take place at the company's offices. And so I think commission staff would fall into that category. I'm less certain in terms of procedurally how that might apply to commission advisors or commissioners themselves, or what the kind of avenue for that might be.
And I know that the company had drawn a distinction, and I think some of their security concerns as it relates to hydraulic modeling versus kind of static project related maps, and so specific here on hydraulic modeling. And like I said, just directly for the commissioner, it's staff or a direct kind of representative expert working for the commission.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. I was going to make sure we weren't conflating ideas here either. So we have the static map, we have the proposed confidential map, and then hydraulic models, which are something completely separate and really focused in the synergy gas world. I honestly would have to get with legal counsel to understand the procedural repercussions of something like that. What I will say is that in the past, in a litigated proceeding, we have opened the door to any stakeholder or intervener who would like to come into the office to view those synergy gas hydraulic models. So, theoretically, that's something we've done in the past. But to Ryan's point, I think there's perhaps just some legalities that we'd have to talk through to make sure we got that all squared away.
Do you know when that's happened in the past and like what the context or proceeding was?
I wouldn't be able to pull that off the top of my head. Apologies.
Okay, no, it'd be helpful to understand it maybe for the context here and like what was done there. So if you do happen upon, sounds like there are at least a couple of things might ask you to provide follow up on. So that might be one of them. And then kind of a follow up to that, although it may be predicated on the idea that the commissioner's direct representatives could view hydraulic mapping in your office or modeling in your office to kind of understand any analysis or outcomes of that effort and how we would or could deal with confidentiality of that, can any public discussion be had on areas of that are not incredibly sensitive, both for the POC itself, interveners, and then the public as three different categories of audience. I continue trying to figure out how we ensure that we have as much transparency as possible, especially the people who live in these places and run these towns and, have to deal with the repercussions of what we decide. So just trying to figure out if we had some sort of hydraulic modeling and there was some kind of an analysis, how we could kind of deal with any discussion on that and keep as much of that public as possible. Just curious, any thoughts you might have?
I don't have any that are maybe specific other than to say that, I think we'd have to follow our general rules of confidentiality, and, we have tools available to us of confidential sessions and hearings to discuss certain confidential information, and we'd probably have to parse it on a case-by-case basis, through the course of the proceeding in terms of what information specifically is confidential and where can we be transparent, understanding, the benefits of transparency, but also trying to just keep confidential information secure.
Yeah, and I would maybe suggest that, the hydraulic model itself, it's a proprietary tool. There's significant security concerns in relation to having people come in and view it. But I think the real value is not necessarily seeing the hydraulic model on the screen. It's more so making sure that the company can transparently explain the results of the hydraulic model. And in my opinion, that's where we could have some really valuable conversations with the communities, not necessarily staring at the model, but explaining the how, the what came of it, and receiving feedback from them. And I do believe that that's something that we are, looking to do prior to this 2025 gas infrastructure plan is stakeholder outreach, and specifically in relation to non-pipeline alternatives where we can gather feedback, from the communities in which they may be located.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, I just want to invite our stakeholders to turn on your cameras, raise your hands, and we'll see any feedback on the company's proposal or discussion of 291. I will point out too, we had some discussions that I think Ms. Elam and Mr. Shea were involved in, especially with regard to neighborhood electrification and how that interface happens with municipalities and to what degree this is a conduit, is the GIP a conduit to help ensure we have all that transparency to help the municipalities understand opportunities as well. I didn't mean to neglect that topic. Go ahead, Ms. Elam.
Yeah, thank you. And good to see you, Ryan. A couple questions. One was the degree to which the mapping will also show, for example, where you're starting to see close to capacity constraint. I wasn't clear if we would be able to see that within the mapping.
Close to electric capacity constraint?
No.
Okay.
Gas. Where our demand's approaching design capacity.
I guess we would see that in the form of a map around proposed capacity projects, right? Because the structure of the gas infrastructure plan is we are running the hydraulic model to look for areas of future gas capacity constraint. And then we're identifying where we see that capacity projects to meet that need. And we'll certainly provide a map around that, but also run the non-pipeline alternative analysis in parallel to see if there's a better way to meet that constraint.
Yeah, and I guess maybe part of my question is I think what is informing the gas capacity projects is where you're seeing growth. But I understand that we also have areas where we're constrained, but not necessarily planning to build additional capacity because we're not seeing growth in that area. But again, that presents a future vulnerability. So I think that's the reason I was curious about it is if there's areas where there's available capacity or areas where we're approaching constraint, but it's not triggering a project because doesn't have that growth forecast that's showing it's driving change in that area. I was curious about that. And then my second question, now I'm losing it. Sorry. I may come back to it. I blanked on it.
No problem. I can address or try to address the first question, and maybe it will come back to you. We don't, as of now, have plans for that type of map. I mean, because we're following the GIP rules and we're implementing plan projects and the maps associated with those plan projects. I hear the question in terms of, are there kind of tipping points out there, right, where you're getting near tipping points in the system? But as of now, we don't have plans to put that into a map.
Thank you. And then I remember my other one, which was, is it possible to also have the backward look? So you obviously have the up and coming projects that have been identified, but I'm curious about the retrospective of, say, the last 10 years of projects from a geospatial perspective.
The last 10 years of gas infrastructure projects. I think we don't have plans as of now to put last 10 years of gas infrastructure plan projects into the GIP. We do have, I think, plenty of information out there publicly on past completed gas infrastructure projects. We had comparable maps to what we provided in the GIP within the gas rate case that was just concluded. And, we've got a series of historical information on those planned projects through other avenues, but we've been focusing the GIP on our forward look.
Yeah, and I'm thinking specifically of your like ArcGIS maps that you said could be available to see kind of geospatially where the projects are. I do think it's useful to see where past trending has been and other things. So to the extent that that's available, it could be really helpful to then kind of validate where we're seeing some of those future projects showing up.
Mr. Matley, just one kind of follow up on that, especially if we're looking out in what you present as 6 years, best case scenario 10 years, and complying with the statute. I guess within that you'll probably identify quite a few capacity expansion needs, right? Dragging it out 10 years is quite a bit. I'm curious if you might at all kind of heat map where the most severe capacity constraints are coming. I mean, I'm aware there are already some capacity constraints on the system which did not show up in the GIP and are very severe shortfalls. And so I'm just curious how we'll have the transparency of kind of where those are, because it does not always seem consistent that the most severe capacity shortfalls or rising needs are necessarily showing up as planned projects. So maybe as a tangent on Ms. Elam's question, is there any way to kind of heat map capacity areas? And perhaps it could be blurred to some extent in that maybe you don't have to see the exact road the pipe's under, but understand by neighborhood, by area, where do we really have growing capacity needs and how widespread do those areas spread? Just if you could comment if that's something that's feasible. It seems to me it would be, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads, it would be at least very helpful at this point in the game.
I'll actually kick it to Ms. Jones for the capacity questions, because that's straight in her wheelhouse.
I have thoughts, so thanks, Ryan. So first of all, we talked about this in the forecasting section, but one of the things that we do want to produce in this 2025 gas infrastructure plan is a heat map of counties in regards to where we believe that the county-wide we're going to be experiencing the most growth. So that's tool number one, I think we have in this 2025 GIP. Secondly, in regards to the capacity projects, our plan right now is that we do 10 years of modeling. If we identified a capacity shortfall in any area and the proposed solution exceeds that threshold, it will be on the map. And so you'll be able to see visually, look looking at the statewide map if they're sort of grouped into specific areas of the state, again, aligned with those counties. The only caution that I would potentially give stakeholders and the commenters here today is that where you experience the growth is not necessarily where you need to solve the problem. So since we do have an integrated hydraulic system, right, you will sometimes see a project pop up in a county that's not growing, and it's because of growth either upstream or downstream of that constraint point. So it's not quite as simple as just saying, Grace's County isn't growing, and so Grace's County won't have a planned project if my neighboring counties are still growing due to the hydraulics of the system. So that's the one kind of caution that I would say, is to not over scrutinize where they're physically located, and more so the overall system, which I think is where that system map really comes into play.
Thanks. Mr. Shea.
Yeah, thank you. So kind of building on that idea and some of your earlier questioning, Commissioner, I was just hoping for some clarification, because in attachment 1, I wasn't sure whether that sort of integrity management program, pipeline replacement, repair within the next 10 years, Ryan, was that going to appear on the mapping itself? Like, will we be able to see that through the mapping that's provided to highly confidential interveners? Or
Appreciate the question. So our understanding is that's not a mapping requirement for the statute. So if it's a planned project, it'll be on the map, but not otherwise.
okay, that's sort of how I interpreted it. And I understand the I guess perspective. I would just say that I think that would be incredibly beneficial to not only us as a municipality, but other folks to be able to have that, not, both in terms of that concept of like categorizing sections of the system as, nearing the inflection point, even if it hasn't hit that threshold that that sort of pushes it over the line into an actual project, but a potential area of interest that municipalities and could work with the company in kind of service to 1370 and the concepts sort of underlying that legislation to proactively over the course of many years, instead of being under the gun, so to speak, once it's been identified for that next 5-year GIP as an actual project that needs to be addressed. Like, having more lead time certainly is something that as a city we would love to be able to have that insight into the system and the opportunity to work with the company on those areas where we can be a little more proactive. So
yeah, appreciate that input. And I guess the only other thing I might add is we do expect a large number of planned projects coming in the next GIP that will give us more of an opportunity to kind of identify these areas and these opportunities. And I think that's our next best place to go to in terms of evaluating alternatives and finding novel and new solutions. And then we can maybe continue to grow from there.
great, thanks. In the interest of meeting the commissioner's 3:30 deadline, I'm going to turn it over.
Thanks. I'm sorry. Ms. Radley, just so I understand the parsing there between what I think it was, what in 10 years do we expect to be replaced versus what meets the $3 million threshold as well. Something meeting the $3 million and expecting to be replaced will be mapped. Something expected to be replaced, but that is not $3 million will be listed somewhere.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you've heard that
right?
that parsing correctly.
Okay. Will it have locational enough information, not some like really archaic name that you all give it in your system, but something whereby one of us humans could determine reasonably where it's located?
We can look at yes, doing that. I mean, the intent of providing a location is so that it is understandable in terms of where that it is. So we hear what you're saying in terms of the
I followed
ability
yours
to,
before. There's a lot of slashes, and I'm like, I think I kind of know
yeah,
what that is, but I'm not sure.
yeah.
I'm trying to master your naming convention, but
So
okay.
we'll investigate how we can do that.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Bliss.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick too so that Keith can ask his question. In comments on the mapping proposal, we ideated this index scoring system that we thought would be helpful to understanding, essentially having an index score for either each pipeline project or even each pipeline that's based on information that can help us understand like the cost effectiveness of a potential MPA project, the equity impacts, and the emissions impacts. And some of the things that would go into this, you all addressed in the presentation, which was really helpful. But some other features I don't think were addressed were potential like electric capacity availability on the system that overlaps with a potential planned gas project. And also potential like pipeline risk scores, sort of getting at that concept of even if you don't know necessarily in the 7 to 10 year time frame which pipelines exactly will need to be replaced. My understanding is that you all might have some risk scores that give some insight into where basically, you know, based on pipeline age and material, which projects might end up in becoming part of the distribution integrity management plans in that 7 to 10 year time frame. So I guess I wanted to ask about those things, the risk scores and electric capacity, potential for including those features on maps. And also I wanted to understand more about what I think in the presentation you said that it would be difficult to compile the types of index scores that we were hoping to see to help evaluate NPA potential for different sites. And I was curious, is that like basically what the reasoning behind that was, and if that's something that could be potentially worked into future mapping filings?
Yeah, I'm happy to start on that question, and I think that Grace might have some color and content to add as well. And so the way I think I'll respond to that is I think it's something that we put in the category in terms of the risk score and using a map tool to evaluate opportunities for MPAs. I think it's something we put in the category of future opportunities beyond the 2025 GIP. And the reason for that is, I think as I've mentioned before already, the structure of the GIP and the GIP rules that we have defining that is starting from planned projects, you know, and identifying the $3 million planned projects, and where we've identified capacity needs in terms of a gas infrastructure project, we evaluate non-pipeline alternatives. It's not yet a structure of evaluating our entire system to look for MPAs absent a gas infrastructure project. And so I put what you're discussing, the ideas that you're bringing forward, more in the category of tools that we can use to support strategic gas planning. That's not necessarily a component of meeting the mapping requirements for the upcoming GIP, but it's certainly something that we also have an interest in going forward. It's just from our understanding from other utilities that have started down this path, it's takes time to put that type of ranking and scoring together and do that in a way that's understandable, you know, and simple for all parties to view. And so that's why I've sort of described it as a future beyond 2025 opportunity. I don't know if Grace, anything you'd add to that?
You convinced me. No, I think you hit it on the head. It's the not yet. We are evolving a lot in the gas planning world, and we are evolving a lot in the avenue of non-pipeline alternatives. I believe all of this stuff may have value in the future, and I do believe that we are constantly looking at new tools to help us evolve our strategic gas planning more so. But I do believe, to Ryan's point, it's a future opportunity and something that, you know, within the context of this upcoming gas infrastructure plan, we will try to provide all of the context around these projects that we can. And we're looking forward to the more significant amount of projects that we're presenting. And hopefully that helps, you know, more spirited and transparent conversations like this in the future.
Mr. Hay.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman, and I will do my best. I just wanted to clarify two things. One, would any of the confidential or highly confidential maps that were indicated in your filing be available remotely for 2025? I wasn't sure about that. And then is the company willing to update in the 2025 GIP where it stands on gas strategic planning and provide a timeline for when various pieces of that might come online? I think some of us would be very interested in seeing that progression from planned projects to gas strategic planning. So 2 questions.
I can take the first one, certainly, in terms of availability of the confidential maps. And so confidential PDFs, yes, available remotely, through the typical confidentiality provisions in a proceeding. Confidential online access would, as we proposed, be in our offices.
The filing indicated it might be available remotely, and that's what I was trying to ask about. So the answer then is no, it's not going to be remote for this proceeding. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Can you confirm that, Mr. Motley? I kind of agree with Mr. Hay. We're working on this. Well, maybe we're looking at the feasibility. So give us any more detail.
Yeah, so there's there's a little bit more color that I can add there. And so we are looking at a long-term solution, I would say, that would allow online interactive access to parties. And so that would be kind of remote viewing through a login portal. We do not have that capability now, and it'll take some time for us to build that capability. And so I don't think that capability will be available in time for the 2025 GIP. A potential interim solution for parties that do already have ArcGIS online access, have their own basically subscription to the software. For certain authorized parties, we can provide a peer-to-peer sharing. And so that would allow those parties to view our maps online from their location, but in a way that the map sort of stays housed within our systems. And so that's a functionality within that ArcGIS software that we could leverage for authorized parties on an interim basis.
Okay, so that would be authorized parties who've signed who are interveners who've signed the NDA, who have ArcGIS software, would have this capability in 2025.
And we've proposed to limit that access to be highly confidential and restricted to certain parties within the proceeding, just based on parties that regularly practice before the commission and who maybe don't have other interests associated with sort of understanding our gas pipeline hydraulics.
Okay, more or less typical interveners.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not limiting it just to state agencies or just to, at least in your suggestion, right? Okay. Any other thoughts or clarifications on mapping before we go to a short break?
Commissioner Gilman, I just wanted to make sure we were responsive to Mr. Hay. I think Ryan Matley signed me up for answering the second half of that question, which is whether or not we would present a timeline on gas strategic planning. So I wanted to make sure we were responsive, Keith. Can you help me understand what you mean by gas strategic planning, just so we're talking apples to apples?
Yeah, no, thank you, Grace. And I appreciate the question and the effort to respond. I think I was picking up on the distinction that was being made in this conversation between the current understanding of gas infrastructure planning, which, as I understood it, was project-driven, identify projects in the near term and provide information so that the commission and parties can consider those projects. And the distinction was made between that and long-term gas strategic planning, both for the purposes of mapping, but I would have understood it as well for consideration of how we think about sort of an eventual potential transition of the gas infrastructure on a larger scale. So that was the distinction that I saw being drawn, and understood that we couldn't do the second of those in 2025, but it wasn't clear to me what the timeline for any of that information to come forward was.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. So I think what I'm hearing is you want understanding or transparency into how are we applying gas strategy to the overall system outside of planned projects. And what I can say to you is that I think what I was trying to convey earlier is that the mapping might not be ready, by the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, but we are certainly thinking about ways to expand more strategy into our overall planning process. So heard loud and clear that that's a request from you, and certainly hope that we can live up to that expectation in our explanation in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan.
Thank you, Grace. You nailed it. I appreciate that.
All right. Anything else before we move on to a short break? Okay, let's do a break until 3:45, and then we're right back on track on the agenda. We'll start with public service presenting on CBA for NPA. So I'll see y'all at 3:45. Just a reminder, as usual, the webcast, everything is going to stay live. So go ahead, turn off your cameras, keep yourselves muted, and I'll see you back at 3:45. Thanks. All right, welcome back. Hopefully everyone enjoyed a quick break. And I'd like to invite Public Service back on to give us a little intro to the cost benefit analysis related to non-pipeline alternatives section of the proposal.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Gilman. I'm not the presenter on the cost benefit analysis, but Ms. Jones is just making her way back right now,
Perfect.
and so she'll be with us just now.
You're still in time. I got it.
And maybe if we can enable Ms. Alyssa Morris to screen share as well. It seems like that might have dropped away.
Yeah, if she had signed out, that's probably what happened. I just gave them to her again.
Appreciate that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I am ready to go. So again, thank you for having me today, talking a little bit about the cost benefit analysis. I will do my best to keep this to 15 minutes, but we did get a robust set of comments on this, so I'll do my best. I have split this into two sections. The first is going to be a brief overview of the company proposal, and then a more substantial portion on responsive comments to some of the feedback that we received. So as a reminder, what we proposed in our proposal was that we would file a draft CBA handbook that incorporated, among other things, feedback from the commission and other stakeholders that we've received up until this date. We were able to receive comments on that, so thank you to everyone who has provided those back to us. Within the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, you can expect to see another updated version of the CBA handbook, which again will incorporate any additional comments and stakeholder feedback. I'd also like to mention just a few notable modifications and improvements that we've made since the 2023 gas infrastructure plan. So number one, marginal distribution capacity. If you recall, in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan, the company was attributing the entire cost of the distribution capacity upgrade to the non-pipeline alternative portfolio. Based on feedback that we received, we have since changed that methodology to be marginal. The other important thing that we mentioned in our comments, but I wanted to mention again today, is that we are currently evolving our proposal for the net salvage value. That is underway and is anticipated to be included in the 2025 GIP. A couple other things that we did is we cross-referenced industry expert papers on NPAs and the CBA handbooks that are associated with them. And as such, we've made two major adjustments to our CBA tool. The first is that we voluntarily included a secondary cost effectiveness into the CBA, which is the expanded ratepayer impact metric test, which I'll discuss in a little bit more detail in probably 2 slides. And then the other thing is we've included a lot of additional benefits and costs into the CBA framework. And to contextualize that for you, previously we were looking at about 10, and currently we look at about 30. And then last, but certainly not least, we have been able to host a workshop with stakeholders and solicit feedback. So quick reminder of the CBA framework. You've seen this slide before, but really this is an illustrative comparison of how the CBA performs a comparison of the baseline gas infrastructure project to an alternative portfolio. So the baseline gas infrastructure project includes just the cost of the project, and the alternative portfolio includes a plethora of costs and benefits, all of which are compared relative to if the company would have pursued the baseline gas infrastructure solution. From that, we calculate the net present value and determine of the two net present values, which project solution has a better NPV. I think it's important to note on this slide before we move forward that an alternative portfolio does not have to produce net benefits in order to qualify it for implementation. In fact, the opposite is true. All of these projects will likely create an NPV of cost. So with this analysis, we're really looking at what is the least cost option, considering all of the costs and benefits included herein. So first overview is going to be of our primary cost effectiveness test. This is the expanded modified total resource cost test. And again, it includes a comparison of the baseline gas infrastructure project to the NPA portfolio. I will not read these exhaustively since you've seen them all in the past, but one thing I do want to point out on here is any text in green represents something that has either been modified or is a new addition to this cost test. So you'll see as a result of some of the stakeholder feedback and the expert industry reports that we have read, we have added quite a bit of things for consideration when we look at the net present value. Next, please. The second is an entirely new cost effectiveness test. As I'll discuss in a little bit more detail, historically, utilities have relied on several different cost effectiveness tests when looking at alternatives. And the reason for this is really to get a vantage point of different impacts on different groups. As the first secondary cost effectiveness test included into the CBA, the company elected to include an expanded ratepayer impact metric test, which looks at the NPV of the alternative portfolio versus the baseline gas infrastructure project from the vantage point of non-participating ratepayers. Again, I'll dive into this a little bit more, but brand new cost effectiveness tests. And this is really intended not to be the deciding factor of whether or not an NPA or alternative portfolio should be moved forward, but instead a way to look at it from a different vantage point and potentially optimize the inclusion of the NPA measures and technologies herein. So with that grounding, I'm going to dive straight into some of the responsive comments. And the first is the question, why did the company consider multiple? As I mentioned before, utilities in all sorts of alternative analyses have traditionally relied on several. And that is because it provides an opportunity to examine the costs and the benefits of different scenarios from different perspectives. So the commission or the gas infrastructure planning rules requires that the company look at a modified total resource cost, which is a way that we can comprehensively measure the net project impacts on the utility and its customer. It also includes societal benefits, such as emissions, in addition to traditional costs and benefits. Some of the cons of this test is that it does not consider any distributional effects in which non-participants pay more in costs than they receive in benefits. And the reason that may occur is because while a total resource cost test is very appropriate for use when you're looking at a system-wide program in which all customers are eligible for the offerings that you have out there, an NPA is different. An NPA is a targeted area. So non-participants may be helping to fund the non-pipeline alternative portfolio, but they don't necessarily have access to the offerings within. Which leads us to why the company decided to voluntarily include a secondary cost effectiveness test. And this is from the perspective of the non-eligible ratepayers. So it's really intended to give just an alternative perspective of the customers paying into the surcharge who are not eligible to participate. Because it's expanded, it also includes societal benefits such as admissions to the extent that they apply to non-participants. And really, we utilize this secondary lens as a way to optimize the costs and benefits of the portfolio. To explain this, we could potentially look at this at an individual NPA measure and technology level, in which some measures and technologies might provide more universal benefits than others, and perhaps we prioritize those versus others. So that's sort of the context in which this may be applied. One of the cons of our current ERIM is that it considers the overall revenue requirement of both gas and electric customers, as opposed to looking at those separately. So if you'll move us forward, this diagram on the screen really helps, in my opinion, visualize what is meant by the EMTRC versus the ERIM. So generally, when you think about a program, you have several different interested parties. You have the utility, you have non-participants, you have participants, and then you have outside entities. This is very simplified, so I focused really on just the costs, and I don't want there to be any confusion that we look at other things, but it helps to depict some of the cost sharing that's happening. So typically a utility in a type of program would offer a utility incentive. That would go to participants. Participants would pay for the equipment cost, but they receive the utility incentive. So in theory, they're not paying completely out of pocket. The utility would also cover any administration costs that could potentially go to outside entities. When you look at the EMTRC, you're looking at the utility and its non-participants and participants as a whole. So anything that crosses the dotted line is what would be included in the cost test. So you'll see here in the EMTRC, we consider administrative costs as well as equipment costs because they're crossing that dotted line. Alternatively, if you look at just the expanded ratepayer impact metric test, you're looking at it from a different lens. You just kind of close your circle. And this is where you look at it from the perspective of the utility and its non-participants. And so this is why the inclusions are a little bit different. Again, it's what crosses that dotted line. So in the ERIM, you're going to, again, include the administrative costs, but this time you're going to look at it from the lens of utility incentives, which are crossing the dotted line to the participants. You can move us forward. Wonderful. So as an output of all of these cost tests, again, we are relying on a net present value methodology. And we are asking the question, what project solution has the most favorable net present value? So simple example on the screen, but just sort of depicting the way that we would interpret the results. When you look at option 1 in this theoretical scenario, it's a baseline gas infrastructure project. And the output of the tool might show that the NPV is about $10 million in cost. When you look at the option 2, which is the alternative portfolio, it's going to, again, produce an NPV. In this example, it would show that the NPV is $9 million in cost. So when you look at 10 in cost versus 9 in cost, you can depict that the alternative portfolio should be pursued. But again, going back to the point that I made earlier, neither project has to produce net benefits in order to be cost effective. It just has to have a more favorable net present value as compared to the other option. The company chose a net present value methodology because it's really intended to compare two mutually exclusive projects against one another, meaning that we're not in a do nothing situation. We are in a situation where we need to pursue one. And so this is putting those projects on equal footing to compare how they compete from a cost effectiveness standpoint. The way that this structure is outlined, it inherently includes the full cost of avoiding the baseline gas infrastructure project by comparing the alternative portfolio NPV to the baseline gas infrastructure NPV. And then one final point on here, some cost tests do rely on what is called a benefit cost ratio. However, that is not utilized in determining the cost effectiveness of an alternative portfolio within the company's proposed CBA framework. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is a little bit the value of deferred gas investment. So I think that this wasn't shining through clearly in the handbook. So we are considering some updates to the language in that regard. But essentially, we were looking at the case of what happens if an alternative portfolio doesn't necessarily avoid the project altogether, but instead it defers it. So there is a situation that might occur where we originally were proposing to do a baseline gas infrastructure project in year 3 of the 10-year planning period. In the event that we discover that an alternative portfolio can reduce the capacity shortfall in a meaningful way such that we no longer need this project in year 3, but instead we need it in year 9, we are proposing that we include a deferred capital expenditure benefit. So within the NPA cost CBA tool, in the calculation of the NPV for the alternative portfolio, The way this would materialize is that the value of that deferred gas investment would be included as a benefit. Then the incremental gas infrastructure cost, so the cost of the project now in year 9 would be included as a cost, but that would include inflation. In our future version of this tool, the inclusion of net salvage value will also be included. And I wanted to mention that, but it is still underway. You would move us forward, please. Okay, next topic, and I know this kind of feels like speed rounds, but there's a lot in this tool. Next, I want to talk about electric impacts, so the marginal capacity cost. As I mentioned earlier, between 2023 and 2025, the company has elected to look at the marginal capacity cost of distribution. So within the company's cost benefit analysis tool, we are not looking at a specific feeder or area of the grid to be analyzed. Instead, we're taking an approach that is consistent with the company's currently approved DSM-BE plan, which is look at system-wide, how could this generally impact our electric grid? So we are applying a capacity cost impact for any incremental annual electric winter peak demand and multiplying that by the marginal capacity cost, which is presented as $1 per kilowatt per year. And we're doing that for distribution, transmission, as well as generation. It's important to note that we are considering that against the incremental annual electric winter peak demand. And the reason for that is that generally speaking, electric winter peak demand will be impacted most due to the NPA measures and technologies being proposed. There could theoretically be some fluctuation in the electric summer peak demand as well. And I like to consider this use case. So if a customer did not previously have cooling technologies such as air conditioning and they installed a heat pump, absolutely, their summer peak just went up. But generally, portfolio-wide, that's not the case, as the majority of our PSCo customers do already have air conditioning. And also, generally speaking, in our alternative portfolios, we're recommending the inclusion of building shell measures, which as a whole is reducing the summer peak of customers in that area. So while we are not doing a specific area analysis in the CBA tool, if an alternative portfolio is determined to be cost effective as the output of the CBA tool, we will be doing a specific feeder or area analysis. And this will be performed by our lovely friends at the Distribution System Planning Group, and they will be analyzing, in this case, both summer and winter peak impacts in order to identify potential infrastructure upgrades required. So not included in the tool, but certainly a critical part of our planning process to make sure that we're accounting for incremental load as a result of an alternative portfolio throughout the utility. Again, we received just one last thing on that slide. You don't even have to go back to it, but one last thing on this slide, we will be adding some clarifying language into the CBA handbook to really illustrate this point. So again, to any stakeholders who pointed out maybe some confusion in this realm. All right, 3 more categories here of, again, separate costs or benefits that I'll walk through. So the first is inflation. Within the written comments, we received some feedback that inflation should be added to the baseline gas infrastructure investment cost. What I'd like to respond with here is that we agree that inflation certainly affects the traditional gas infrastructure investment. However, the cost that is inputted into the tool already inherently includes inflation, meaning that we don't need any additional inflation within the CBA tool. The reason for that is because as part of the company's estimating process, we already add inflation into the present value of that estimate to account for the year that it's actually going to be constructed or performed. So when we add in that dollar amount, it already includes inflation. And important to note, those inflation values, they are aligned with our corporate assumptions, and they are made based on escalating two types of costs, both labor and non-labor clarifying labor costs. And we will add some clarifying language into the handbook. The next is incentive costs. And if you recall in the back of your head, that image that I showed before, we received a request to clarify what incentive costs were included in the ERIM. So within the ERIM, the company includes just the incentive costs funded by the company. It does not include any incentives funded through federal, state, or local entities. And importantly, it does not, the incentive costs as a whole are not included in the EMTRC. Alternatively, switching to participant costs, again, received some feedback on clarifications here. So participant costs within the context of the CBA was really meant to be synonymous with upfront equipment cost. So I believe as a result of this, we will be updating that language, but it is meant to represent the out-of-pocket equipment cost that is paid by the participant, again, as visualized in that diagram, and again, not included in the ERIM. Can push us forward, please. Okay. Next, I wanted to talk about some miscellaneous other suggestions that we received in regards to additional costs and benefits that may or may not be included into the CBA tool. On the left-hand side of the table is the benefit or cost suggestions that we received from stakeholders. And what I've done here is I've split them into two categories. Based on the feedback, and as we've read through it and considered it, we've recommended two potential pathways. So the first is to add quite a few of these costs or benefits into the category of included and not quantified. This will mean that while it's not physically quantified within the CBA tool, it will be considered, and we will provide a narrative description as to how we've considered it when we consider holistically whether it's better for the company to pursue an alternative portfolio versus a baseline gas infrastructure project. So walking top to bottom, we're recommending the inclusion, but not quantified, of end-of-life replacement benefits. And this would really represent the value of any avoided future replacement cost of the existing equipment. The next thing we are recommending inclusion in this category is the upstream benefit. And this benefit would represent the value of any future avoided costs that may be required to acquire upstream pipeline capacity in order to deliver gas to the public service system. Third on the list is the avoided clean heat plan compliance benefit. So again, we are recommending that we include this with a caveat. So this would really represent the value of avoided costs associated with greenhouse gas reductions, which would be achieved through incremental spend via other programs such as DSM and BHEAT. We do recommend that we include this. However, this would only be considered if the alternative portfolio is considered to be incremental to the spend of CHP. The fourth item is stranded asset risk. This potential benefit would be representative if there is a value of reduced risk of assets becoming stranded prior to being fully depreciated. And the final in this category would be gas commodity variability benefit. This potential benefit would represent the value of avoided exposure to fluctuations in gas commodity costs due to the reduced dependence on natural gas. So that summarizes the included and not quantified category. The next category, we are recommending that we actually do not include or quantify, and that is in the avoided revenue requirement benefit. The reason at this time that the company is not recommending inclusion of this benefit is that we believe that it will be more holistically covered by the inclusion of net salvage value. And that concludes what we have prepared today, but certainly looking forward to the discussion.
Excellent. Thanks, Ms. Jones. Really appreciate it. as is tradition, I have a couple questions for you, and then I'll invite our stakeholders to turn on their cameras. Just so I'm clear about a couple things. To my understanding, the handbook is public and will remain public. Is that your plan?
Correct.
Okay. Now it's my understanding within, I had set out as one of our objectives under the CBA to have the CBA tool or model or analysis or whatever we want to call it be able to be publicly available. It's my understanding from your proposal that the company is not there, and I want to understand why, what in particular makes a CBA analysis not able to be publicly available in your opinion?
Yeah, good question. I'll answer it from my point of view, and then if necessary, we could ask Ryan Matley from Regulatory to join us as well for this question. But from my point of view, there's really two things that we consider when it comes to whether or not this tool can be public. And the first is the inputs into it. So as you saw on the screen, there's a lot of costs that we assume when we look at the costs and benefits. So one of the things that the company is currently reviewing is just ensuring that any cost information or benefit information that is included as an input into the tool is in fact public information. So really trying to do our due diligence there. So you might think of like a 8760 energy cost traditionally isn't public information, but perhaps the marginal is. So we're just trying to really do our due diligence before we commit on that front. The second thing that I think of is just the proprietary nature of this tool. And again, we are reviewing our contract with the third party who helped us develop it to ensure that there's no issues again in making this public. Ryan, if you want to supplement my answer, please let me know. If you're happy with it, that's fine too.
I'm happy with it as stated.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Moving on. Help me understand for the ERIM cost effectiveness test. Who's a non-participating ratepayer? That's somebody outside of the service territory of that specific pipe?
Correct. So typically when we look at an NPA portfolio, we limit the actual implementation of that NPA portfolio to the customers directly impacted or served by that pipeline in order to ensure that if we're incentivizing them to reduce their design day peak hour gas usage, we are in turn receiving the benefit of not potentially having to do that gas infrastructure project. So in that case, the incentives that we're proposing the company spend could potentially be funded by all ratepayers, but really you have to live in this certain area or geography to be able to tap into them.
Okay, so it's the potential for that they can use the benefits or get the incentives?
I think it's looking, from my point of view, the way I like to describe it is understanding that there's costs associated with them because they're depending on the cost recovery mechanism, which I don't recommend we talk about here yet because that will be included in the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. But depending on the cost recovery mechanism, those costs are socialized. So everybody is helping to cover the cost of the NPA implementation. If you don't live in that area, you were paying the cost, but you don't get the direct benefit of actually being able to sign up for the program and receive that incentive should you elect to pursue that sort of NPA measure technology. However, we do consider societal benefits. So they would be privy to societal benefits. So the ERIM is really making sure that the costs borne by the non-participants are at least closely outweighed by the societal benefits that they'll receive as a result. So really making sure that there's something in there for them as well.
I mean, isn't it the case, like, isn't everything you've said about the potential costs to do the NPA also true about the cost of the infrastructure project? I mean, if I live in a different town, it's not a project that's going to impact my life at all, but I'm expected to put the bill for the infrastructure project as well. I guess I'm not really understanding the differentiation.
Yeah, I think the difference is there's more discretion when it comes to an alternative portfolio. So pipe is pipe. We love pipe, but pipe is pipe. NPA measures and technologies, when we aggregate them together, we create a portfolio. And some measures cost more, but drive more benefits into the community, while some measures might cost less and drive less benefits into the community. So this is really intended to look at a portfolio level. Did we optimize the amount of costs that we are incurring with the amount of societal benefits that we're bringing into the society? And that's where you can tweak up and down, in my point of view, is looking at perhaps motivating more in the category of that mid-range where it's reasonable cost and reasonable societal benefits.
Okay, and I think you had had this on your list of, and thank you for getting into what is considered and not quantified, because I was very confused about what that might mean.
Right.
I always kind of thought to consider something, you probably have to quantify it. But I think it was NRDC's comment, I believe, suggested just using the revenue requirement, which I think you alluded to as not being supported by the company, which kind of automatically include things like net salvage that the commission's already directed be included. And I just got to ask if the revenue requirement is the actual cost that ratepayers are expected to pay for the infrastructure project. I mean, that's kind of exactly what it is. Why is that not an accurate measure of the cost of the infrastructure project?
I'm happy to jump in on that one. And I don't know that I would necessarily characterize it as not an accurate estimate of the infrastructure cost. I think the challenges that we see in terms of creating a revenue requirement view instead of what's in there today about capital expenditure is a couple. One, to create the revenue requirement for gas infrastructure or the gas infrastructure project, we need a lot of detailed cost estimates of detailed, equipment and components, and that is the type of detailed information about a project that we get after the project's completed and in service, and that ultimately flows into the correct FERC accounts, and every FERC account has its own depreciable life. There are ways certainly to estimate that on the projects up front, but the broader challenge as well is we would need to calculate a revenue requirement, equally across all elements of this analysis. So the gas infrastructure project, the non-pipeline alternatives, the associated electrical infrastructure cost, and it's going to require a number of assumptions to come into that analysis that adds to the complexity of the alternative analysis, and without necessarily giving us a more precise comparison between the two options. So ultimately, the purpose of the CBA is to calculate the differential in these two paths. And we think adding in a net salvage component sort of helps adjust for calculating that differential, because we certainly see higher net salvage amounts on the gas side than we do on the electric side or the MPA side. But for example, some of the assumptions we'd have to make on the MPA side is, how are we recovering those costs? Are they coming through DSM? Are they coming through clean heat? Does it involve capitalized rebates over what time frame? Do we assume that if we're going after truly what costs we will recover from customers, are we including the DSM in bonus incentive in that calculation as well? Do we assume that we will hit those targets in those years in the future? And so it adds in a lot of layers of complexity that in our view don't necessarily make for a more precise comparison of what we have now between the options of capital costs for one and capital costs for the other.
Okay, in that case, talk me through what you're thinking you're going to provide, or how you're going to calculate the net salvage impact.
Yeah, happy to talk through that. So we've looked at net salvage over the lifetime of the investments, and looked at it both on the gas and electric side, because we think it's appropriate to add it to kind of both sides of the analysis. And the key element in that is obviously the lifetime of the assets. And on the gas pipeline side, we've got 70-year depreciable lives, and electric infrastructure is generally less lower lifetime than that. And so what we've done is looked at the composite net salvage across the various types of assets that we have on the gas side and on the electric side to come up with more of a metric than, because we don't always have the granular detail on these project costs to assign it to FERC accounts that all have their different net salvage rates associated with it. So we've come up with a weighted average net salvage per function, gas transmission, gas distribution, and we have discounted that back to present value to appropriately account for the time value of money associated with, the comparison of these options is a present value comparison. And so when we discount the gas net salvage back to present value and the electric salvage back to present value, I don't recall the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I think we put them in our proposal. But it brings those net salvage numbers down from the nominal amounts that are in in our depreciation rates, but it puts it on a present value basis that aligns the calculation with the rest of the calculations in the CBA.
Okay, thank you for the description. With regard to the, I guess I would characterize them as unrealized potential upstream capacity additions on the electric side, right? That we would attribute to a project. So is that a fair word salad for what we're including? I know it spans distribution, transmission, generation, and help me talk through, are these only the impacts anticipated at current system peak? I think we got about a 1,500 megawatt headroom between winter and summer, which is expected to grow to my understanding. So talk me through when those hitting makes it allocated to the NPA.
Yeah, so instead of looking at the actual feeder or transmission or generation serving that particular area, that's why we've switched our methodology to looking at marginal. So marginal comes directly from the company's DSM and beneficial electrification plan. It's the same methodology that we use therein, which is an average value for how much it costs to bring 1 kilowatt hour onto the system, regardless of where it's located. So it's really a system average amount. And so it's meant to look at just the potential impact that NPA portfolio would have in lieu of attributing the entire upstream reinforcement with the incremental electric demand generated from potentially pursuing an alternative portfolio.
Okay, so I'm trying to just understand, to the extent the company peaks in the summer by a wide margin. To the extent a customer already has already has air conditioning, they now have a heat pump for heating to deal with the gas situation in the area. Their contribution to system peak probably declines. It does not increase due to the better efficiency of a heat pump rather than a standard air conditioner. So help me understand why they're allocated distribution system cost.
Let me make sure I understand your question. Is your question why we chose to use the incremental electric peak in the winter versus the summer if we are a summer peaking system?
If the system at large is essentially built out for the summer as a general assumption, and a customer making an assumption that already has air conditioning does not increase their coincident peak usage, why is there any marginal distribution cost for that customer to electrify their heating, which by a wide margin is not when the system peaks?
Yeah, so our energy friends on the call will probably not love this analogy, but I'm going to use it anyway because it always helps me. So the amount of energy it takes to cool your home is not equal to the amount of energy it takes to heat your home. And that's because of the temperature differential. So we live in a pretty cold climate state. So this isn't true for every single state. But let's say that I want to always keep my house at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. In the summer, it could potentially get up to 100 degrees. So I essentially need enough energy to cool by 30 degrees.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but
no, please interrupt me if I'm going down the wrong path.
Totally get it. It's more
Yeah.
BTUs to heat a house than to cool a house because the density is bigger.
Right.
But we have 1,500 megawatts of room to make up before, in my estimation, there is any cost incurred by the electric system. Am I understanding that correctly? Yet we're allocating to an MPA the idea that we will have to build distribution bigger because of their addition, even though that's not seeming like it's even in the relatively near future that winter peak would possibly drive the system peaking.
Well, I think maybe we should talk about it in regards to the different commodities. So, or the different layers of electric commodity. So on the distribution level, we have done several different location specific analyses as they were presented in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan. What we found is that the incremental load based from an alternative portfolio is triggering some need for distribution upgrades. And I think the driving factor there is that distribution peaks are non-coincident. So, however, electric heat is all coincident. So you're going to have it all on at the exact same time. Then on the generation side, I think that generation is also coincident in the fact that we may need additional resources, which is why we're looking at marginal as opposed to the actual triggering event. Is it's just attributing a little bit to the NPA portfolio for the potential future need for any investment on the electric side of the house.
And maybe
Ryan,
I can add to that a little bit. As we think about the electric distribution system investment required, on the distribution system, the issue is not always our summer peak. That's what we mean by non-coincident. Coincident demand is coincident with, the peak hour for our electrical system, for our generation system, which is typically, mid-afternoon in the summer has traditionally been. Non-coincident peak is what we're concerned about on the distribution system, and that has to do with the specific assets and specific loads on any given feeder. And when you're talking about electrification of heating loads, that can certainly add to non-coincident peak on the distribution system in the winter months, particularly depending on which geography that you're in. So I think that's where it's still appropriate to consider the electric distribution costs associated with electrification at the feeder level.
Yeah, I certainly understand kind of climatically you might have areas that are outliers. My understanding, particularly from say like electric rate cases, was that the vast majority of the distribution system infrastructure did peak with the coincident peak, or that is the running assumption. Is that inaccurate?
I don't know if I know enough to say one way or the other.
Okay. Let me see my next question. Okay, just wanted to confirm, the participant cost that you're anticipating using will be net of any federal, state, and local incentives for the MTRC. Is that confirmed?
Sorry, I forgot I muted for Ryan. So participant costs, we are going to be updating that language to be equipment costs. And so that is going to be just the cost of the equipment. If a heat pump costs $10, then the customer is paying out of pocket $10. The utility incentive, however, is how much that the company receives or the participant receives from the utility. That will not include any state, federal, or local incentives.
Would the participant cost, though, be net of those? You're saying it's $10 out of pocket, but they got, some federal incentive, some local incentive from the county, from the city. Will those be netted out of the anticipated participant cost?
Not as it's currently in the framework, because the equipment cost is really meant to be the upfront cost of the equipment prior to that participant receiving incentives from any entity, including the utility.
Okay. And from what I understand from your answers to kind of our table format, you also don't plan on netting out any kind of presumed future costs for that customer, assuming everyone does not have a brand new furnace. Everyone's at some point in the life cycle of their furnace between 0 and 15 years. They will have to buy a new one at some point. So it's my understanding that you don't assume any potential cost for those participants to get a new mechanical system anyway at some kind of depreciated value somewhere in between.
Yeah, at this point, we're recommending that it's in the included but not quantified category, meaning that we will discuss that when we consider whether an alternative portfolio or a gas infrastructure project is more responsible to move forward with, but won't physically be quantified within the CBA tool.
Okay. Okay. Getting back to our discussion a little bit on what I kind of the least eloquent term, although I'm sure y'all could come up with an acronym for it, but these unrealized upstream electric capacity impacts that span the electric distribution, transmission, and generation side of the house that we're trying to allocate across for in the MPA. And I'm curious, I haven't seen any discussion on it, but the feasibility of including the unrealized upstream gas capacity costs, whether that is, and I know there's some discussion on kind of off system capacity to get it to you, that's fine, but there's a ton of mileage between getting it on the system and to this customer area in terms of especially when you consider, certainly to my understanding, especially with our design day proceeding, we had pretty much every time a customer has electric heat, they use it right at the system peak. Like every BTU is coincident when it's heating. And so that's some pretty easy math. Like every BTU here is coincident with the system peak. And so why would we include those unrealized upstream capacity impacts, which are somewhat kind of calculated and derived on the electric system, and not include any on the gas system, which seems like a very obvious correlation?
So I think that we do, and feel free to challenge me on this, but I believe that inherently we are comparing this to a capacity expansion investment on the gas side of the system. So we are comparing it to the realized cost of making sure that these customers directly impacted or served do not have any future outage. It might cost a certain amount. So it's actually, I think, if we were to get technical on the gas side of the equation, we're looking at the actual cost of installing new assets, where on the NPA portfolio, we're only looking at marginal. So one could argue that it's a little bit skewed towards the gas infrastructure project being showing a higher dollar amount of the actual impact to the system.
But to the extent that you reduced capacity downstream, won't you, in 5 years, in 10 years, whatever it is, also reduce the need for capacity projects upstream by relation?
Theoretically, I'm not aware that we've been able to quantify that through the DSM plan. I'm not sure that we've ever quantified that. Hydraulically, it could potentially have an impact. And so it could be something that we agree to include, but not quantify at this point, to identify that is as a potential benefit to the overall system by pursuing NPAs.
With regard to the marginal transmission costs, I think, as I understand it, that's kind of a constant value, constant rate, I guess, of cost. Isn't that kind of highly locationally dependent? Just trying to understand if we have that as accurate as it could or should be.
Yeah, if we had a subject matter expert here from the customer team, they would be able to provide this in a little bit more detail. But my understanding of it is, well, first of all, that's an input that's yearly. And so it actually, the cost of transmission depends on the year. And as we transition our system in different ways, it goes down or up. I think the general trend is down for the dollar per kilowatt. The other thing to consider with this is it's a system average. So it's not necessarily geographically located. It's meant to represent the next incremental dollar that we would have to spend on our system. So looking at the overall cost of transmission system-wide.
And I guess maybe if I could add, one of the benefits of the approach that we've taken in the CBA tool here is we've taken the same metrics that we're using in our DSM and BE plans to value marginal energy savings, and applying those same metrics here through the CBA tool on a non-pipeline alternative analysis to also equally value the incremental cost of additional electric load. So there's a nice symmetry across those proceedings.
I like symmetry across proceedings. Been on that. All right. I have about 3 more questions. So just a warning to the stakeholders. Get ready. Just a question on the avoided clean heat plan compliance benefit that you talked about. I think considering but not quantifying, and that it's only included if the NPA is incremental to the clean heat plan, and understanding, okay, so in the situation where an NPA is incremental to clean heat plan, you're getting more carbon reduction than like was in your plan. I'm curious why that situation's not the opposite. Why it's not just like if it was something that was needed to get you to your goal, or that is used in order to get to the goal, there is a reduction in what would have otherwise been spent to get the company to the goal. I'm not 100% understanding the methodology there or the reason.
So I would welcome our stakeholders to engage in this conversation too when we open it up to the general public. But the way that I sort of interpreted it was the opposite, which is that if this is incremental to the company's clean heat plan, and we believe that we have a means to spend all of the clean heat plan money and receive the rates that we do, if we have additional spending that is also contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, there's a benefit of not having to request that money later as part of a subsequent clean heat plan. That's the way I personally was thinking about it. Again, I think all of this is contingent upon whether or not that NPA portfolio is funded through the clean heat plan or considered to be incremental to the clean heat plan.
Okay.
But would definitely be open to other people's opinions. It's sometimes hard to interpret comments, so open to other interpretations.
Okay. Non-energy benefits. It strikes me, and maybe more a question to like throw open to the stakeholders when they turn on too, around, I think there's a particularly acute area in terms of non-energy benefits, in terms of indoor air quality, when you talk about removing the combustion appliances from a house and electrifying it. And I'm just curious why that's not quantifiable. And if it's quantifiable, why is that not an obvious non-energy benefit that we would be wanting to quantify and include?
Yeah, good question. And again, I would be open to feedback from our stakeholders here on the call with this as well. To my knowledge, there isn't a robust methodology right out there that utilities are using nationwide to quantify air pollutants. And so we have elected to include that in the included but not quantified category, but certainly open to evolving this CBA tool like we already have from 2023 to 2025 to include additional costs and benefits as a quantifiable methodology becomes available to us.
Okay, great. One more for me for now, and then I'll invite the stakeholders on. Understanding some differences of opinion that probably will not be solved today, and they might not even be solved by the time this whole thing's adjudicated. With regard to what gets included, and not just what is counted, but what are the proper bases in terms of values or rates to include for that thing? I'm envisioning a potential ideal scenario here is an executable CBA model that could literally allow a user to toggle on and off certain attributes, costs or benefits to make them active or inactive in the calculation, as well as to modify the input or value being used for those, to kind of, I think, just avoid a lot of probably show-stopping complaints and issues in the adjudication. And if we had instead a tool that could allow someone to model the different kind of, I guess, sensitivities, if you will, in the CBA of, well, what if that thing's not included, or include a different value for non-energy benefits, or we have a different discount rate for this thing, that could really readily allow people to assess and kick the tires of different perspectives. I think there are different valid perspectives of what could or should be included and what different values could be used for them. So anyway, just any thoughts on the feasibility of the CBA tool actually being an executable that could allow this functionality whereby a user can toggle on and off and input their own values for each attribute?
Yeah, so if I recall correctly, in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan, we did include the CBA tool as an executable. However, it had a provision that it was highly confidential. So I think the number of parties that had access to it was limited. I think this goes back to our statement earlier, which is that we're still investigating ways to either make that confidential or public, depending on what we land on. And so I don't think we're opposed to an executable version being out there. It's more so a matter of doing our due diligence to understand if there's any provisions that need to be associated with what groups and parties can have access to it.
Awesome, thank you. Well, maybe you can keep in mind the interest. It could, to me, probably stave off a lot of arguments that could just be settled by someone doing their own version and arguing for why that's appropriate.
Oh yeah, you're being heard loud and clear. Don't worry.
Okay. I'd like to invite the stakeholders to go ahead and turn on your cameras, raise your hand, and we'll go around and see any input or thoughts that you all have as we go forward. So feel free to jump in, whoever's got a comment, or use the hand raise to get in line. Miss Elam.
Might as well go for the trifecta and be first to kick us off in each round. Yeah, I appreciate it. You may not know this. I realize you all are on the gas side, but I was pondering in the discussion you were just having with Commissioner Gilman around what of the electric infrastructure costs should be borne by the MPA for the purpose of the analysis. Let's just say we're doing a development project and that project causes you to have to, say, upgrade a transformer at a substation. What percentage of that upgrade cost is allocated back to the developer? And if you don't know the answer, I ask that as making sure we're being consistent, right? So I don't think NPA projects should be penalized disproportionate to other projects that cause similar outcomes to occur that are just low growth on the electric side. So that was that one. And then I'm also kind of confused around this clean heat plan, incremental and allocation. And I know the first round of NPAs were proposed into the clean heat plan for funding to get them started kind of in this pilot context. But it's been my presumption that the balance of them, whether they're electrification or something else or not, is that accurate or not? Is the expectation we're using clean heat riders to pay for NPAs?
I will hop in here and maybe Ryan can supplement. Actually, Ryan, why don't you go? Let's let regulatory take this on.
Appreciate it, Grace. It's a really good question in terms of, ultimately what we're sorting through for the upcoming GIP is how NPA funding interacts with Clean Heat Plan, right? Because we're similar to Clean Heat Plan and DSM, we're talking about a lot of the same measures through MPA implementation with a lot of the same customers. And so this idea of, is it incremental to clean heat or not? It's what makes this question for the CBA analysis also hard to answer, because how do the NPA projects fit relative to clean heat and clean heat funding and clean heat rebates is something that we need to bring forward.
And let's just hypothetically say that at some point it's determined that they are funded out of clean heat. You've avoided the gas investment you have to make. What happens to that savings?
Do you mean emission savings?
No, the
Okay.
capital. So you were going to spend $6 million on this pipeline replacement out of gas O&M, right, or base rates out of gas, right? Now you don't have to spend those, that $6 million, and you're funding the NPA over here. So you've avoided spending the $6 million. What happens to the $6 million that you didn't have to spend?
I don't know if I have the answer to that.
My recommendation, Carolyn, is that this is probably something that we need to bring forward in our 2025 gas infrastructure plan, but you're scratching the surface of questions that we've been asking ourselves as well. So likely this is more appropriate in a litigated space where we can get some feedback. But certainly I think the issue or the topic of overall funding mechanism for NPAs is top of mind.
Yeah, no, I think it's helpful that it's not answered, which kind of explains some of the what's incremental or what's not. Because if it was paid for out of the gas O&M, then I think it's avoided clean heat investment and there should be a benefit. If it's paid for out of clean heat plan, then if it does more, I get where you're coming from. So thank you for that.
Mr. Brandt.
Yeah, I guess first, thanks for the detailed response to our comments. And sorry for not understanding exactly how you're considering the gas infrastructure cost. I guess it wasn't totally clear in the filing, but glad we're having this conversation now. I guess, I'm happy to get in some of the details. I don't know that we have time, so maybe I'll start high level and we can see what we have time for. I think one recommendation we made that I guess I didn't hear anything on was, rather than as a secondary test using like expanded ratepayer impact test, it would make more sense to use an expanded utility cost test, which I think would be pretty much identical, except it wouldn't include sort of the avoided revenues and increased on the gas side from decreased sales and the increased revenues on the electric side. And it would take more of a view of like, what's the avoided revenue requirement for the utility. I guess sort of continue to think that makes more sense, especially given the state's greenhouse gas goals, that we're going to have to reduce gas sales, and it doesn't seem to make sense to sort of penalize the cost effectiveness analysis, sort of given that policy directive. So I guess I'm sort of, I think Commissioner Gilman asked a question or sort of on that, but I guess sort of wanting to make that point and see if the company has any response. And then I guess the other major recommendation we made on that side was that we see value in seeing the gas impacts on the revenue requirement and the electric impacts separately, which, I guess I understand why you're lumping them together, especially if you're comparing the net present value of the gas infrastructure investments against the alternatives. But I guess we still see a lot of value. I think there's an argument to be made that a lot of these electric infrastructure upgrade costs are going to have to be made eventually, no matter if the state is going to achieve its greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. We're going to have to spend a lot of money upgrading the electric system, in that really trying to hone in on the gas system revenue requirement impacts is important in thinking about these types of infrastructure investments, which would incur entirely on the gas system.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Justin. So I'll address the first comment first and then go to the second one. So the first one was your recommendation to, in lieu of including an ERIM, look at an expanded utility cost test. What I will say to that is I'm not opposed to including that in the future. However, the inclusion of the ERIM was never meant to penalize the cost effectiveness screening, but more so provide one additional perspective to the table while we look at NPAs. I think the challenge is if you read the Stratogen report, there's a lot of different cost tests out there. There's a whole laundry list. You add an E, you remove an M, you kind of to the point that Gilman was making earlier, there's a lot of variations on this. So the ERIM was what the company, initially proposed for this round of the gas infrastructure plan. But I do believe that there's opportunities for continual expansion of the different lenses that we look at, so that we can really bring in even more perspectives when we make these decisions. So the second question, I actually have a question back to your question, just to make sure I understand it completely. So apologies for that. So I think you mentioned that you recommended that we see the value of revenue requirements on electric rates and gas rates separately. My understanding is that that is what is displayed as part of the ERIM. So are you recommending that we remove, I know they're combined right now, don't get me wrong, I know they're combined right now, but are you recommending that we replace that with two separate ERIMs that look at it sort of separately?
Yeah, I think we were doing that on the utility cost test, not the ERIM, but
Okay.
yeah, so that
Yeah.
it allows, I think it's okay to provide that combined look as well, but
Yeah.
I think it would be really helpful and important to also have a separate sort of gas only look and electric only look, if we're going to do that.
Yeah. And that's helpful feedback. So thank you. Keep providing it and we'll keep expanding this tool. So I'm looking forward to what we've accomplished already and just imagine where we'll be at in the future. So that's great.
I have a question, Mr. Brandt, just to follow up, because you're talking about, the utility cost test, or we got the ratepayer impact, whatever. I've been in my head thinking if we had this executable and you could toggle on the things that are in or not in each analysis run you run, that you could just recreate any of these you want, right? Like every one of these is just a different combination of the costs and benefits, like measured at a different level. And so that's what I was hoping to get to with my suggestion on the executable that is like manipulatable, in that you could run whatever you want to call it and say, well, I excluded this cost because I don't think that's valid. It might not be a pre-baked named test, but you would have the ability, but you also could use it to make these versions that are these kind of stock tests by properly curating your list of things you're including in it. But you tell me, you're probably more of an expert than me. Like, does it work that way? And kind of what I'm envisioning and trying to hope to have them build, whereby you could kind of run any one you want. You have all the costs and benefits there. You combine them how you want. Or is that more complicated than I'm thinking?
No, I think that would work. I guess at some point, I guess we all need to determine what the best what the best way to look at it is, because I think it gets hard because there are so many different flavors to figure out what you're looking at. But yeah, I think as long as you're not totally changing the perspective, you could do that. Some of these things are, whether you're looking at a societal perspective or the utility perspective, you can't sort of, when you toggle some of those views on and off, I think really changes a lot. But I guess in terms of these small differences, in terms of, around like the cost of reduced margins on the gas system from lower sales, yeah, you could just toggle that off, and essentially you have a utility cost test instead of a ratepayer impact measure. Though there are some other differences, but I guess that's the big one. So yeah, I think that would be very valuable, and if we could do it.
Did you have something else? Sorry, I just wanted to run that question by you to see if you
Yeah,
thought
I will. I guess there's lots of other stuff I'm happy to get into. I think one piece, I guess, from like just in reaction to what you guys have proposed changing is this concept of avoided end of life replacement, which that to me seems pretty easy to quantify. And if we're including the full equipment cost in a TRC test, it seems, and not just the incremental cost, it seems like an important benefit to include just to be fully, including the equal costs and benefits. So I guess that was just one that to me seems like it wouldn't be hard to quantify. I know you'd have to make assumptions about like how long, the average furnace has left on its life, but I don't know. I've looked at cost benefits analyses of these out of California where they did that, and it's, you just make some assumptions and it wouldn't be that challenging. So I guess that was one that seemed like if we are including the full cost, participant cost of the equipment and not netting out incentives and rebates and tax credits, that we should be valuing that benefit as well.
Other thoughts or comments on CBA? Okay. All right. Let me talk through what I think is going to happen now. Not much because it's 5 minutes till 5 o'clock. So this was the last really planned activity that I had in this proceeding. Perhaps this got some people's wheels turning and thinking, what should we be doing? What should we suggest? A different, better understanding than you had before and just reading the proposals, which is fine. I don't want, though, the timeline to slip a lot. I would say I'm willing to accept some comments after this. I would really, really suggest those come in before the holidays. I'm hoping that I could do a recommended decision here in January sometime. So I don't want, as we're approaching this GIP, to make sure anything we actually suggest or feedback we give is actionable to the greatest extent possible. I just don't want that total timeline to slip. So I would say, I heard a lot of great conversation. I think some people are really thinking of things, and I really want to be open to any kind of more helpful feedback or thoughts on how we think of this and get it to a better state. But I would just ask those come in sooner than later so that they can actually be considered, because I will be working on this over the holidays and hoping to really get somewhere and get something out in January. So I would be lying if I gave you a firm deadline, but I'll say they will be very hard for me to consider the later and later they come in, because they got to get somewhere. So with that understanding, happy to see those submitted in the proceeding if you so choose, although not a requirement. I expect a recommended decision. I'm really hoping in January, but I gotta see. You're probably all aware the calendar's not been so kind to us recently, so trying to get it done. Yeah, and then I'm also just curious, kind of for my own use and kind of to share with my colleagues really how helpful or not this kind of process has been. Probably a little more engagement than we've had on certain issues, like in dockets. So I think we tried to hit it pretty hard here with workshops and interaction. And I certainly hope it was a good use of your time. I think it was a good use of my time in really making up some ground as quick as we can on these issues. But to the extent you have any feedback, I very much want everything we're doing here at the commission to be as useful as possible for all of you, to be a good use of your time, to be a good use of the company's time. And so any comments on that more generally, I'm happy to see in your comments, just so we can continue to kind of imagine how these proceedings can and should run to do the best work we can. So yeah, that's all else I had to say. And just really want to thank you all for participating. I know, Ms. Jones, you've been a regular, as have many of you. So thank you. I know it's a lot of preparation, but really my sincere hope here is all the time spent here is time saved in the 2025 GIP, litigation saved, and just making this a lot closer. And I think, you know, for public service, I think a lot, hopefully more satisfied stakeholders as we try to pry ourselves closer together in what that filing will actually be and people's expectations, and, you know, be able to get as far as we can in that next filing to kind of what we're all envisioning this process really can look like and can accomplish. So certainly hope you all, you know, join me in thinking this was a good use of your time, and feel free to file any comments. So any closing thoughts or things that we need to address before we go? Okay, excellent. Ms. Jones, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say nothing from the company, but thank you, Commissioner Gilman, for all of your time and thoughtfulness on this particular docket. Appreciated working with you.
Yeah, no worries. And I totally appreciate that some of this is new. A lot of this is new, and I appreciate that we're trying to do things that are being done little, if anywhere, in the country. And you know, this group's been really instrumental in advancing my thinking, and you know, and I think the company's thinking and how we get there and try to do so in a really thoughtful manner. So I hope everyone has a great holiday. But before you have a great holiday, send me any comments you have. They don't have to be incredibly formal. I just want to see them so we can make sure we incorporate them in and get all the best thoughts there. And we will be in touch. So thank you all again for your time and participation. Appreciate it.